I'm informed we do have a quorum. And so we'll go ahead and get started with introductions. My name is Jim Stucci. I'm a commissioner with the Washington State Transportation Commission, and I serve as your chair. Shiv, are you here? Shiv Batra, our other commissioner, serves as vice chair, but he may or may not be here today. He's recovering at home from surgery. So anyway, moving on, can we do a roll call and have people introduce themselves, please?
Start off. Your first on roll call. Jim Stucci.
I'm here.
Okay. Shiv, I think he may or may not come later. Senator Joan Wen. Senator Mona Das. Representative Sharon Shumaki. Representative Shelley Kloba. Representative Mary Dye. Representative Matt Banky. Captain Dennis Bozeman.
I'm here.
Mike Creedler. Teresa Bernstein.
Bo Persbacher here, sitting in for Teresa Bernstein, but I'm going to be gone part of the morning, but I've got Jill, who many AV stuff know well, does a lot of our work here, so she'll be filling in for part of the morning.
Thank you, Bo.
Daniela Bremer.
This is Daniela Bremer, sitting for Roger Millar today. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel.
Debbie Driver. Joel Sachs. Phil Castle.
Hi, this is Phil.
Welcome, Phil.
Bill Kehoe.
Bill Keogh here.
Laura Johnson.
Here.
Shelley Baldwin.
I'm here.
Dr. Yin Hai Wang.
I'm here.
Justin Layton.
Present.
Tom Alberg. Sam Zimbabwe.
Kelly Rula from Seattle DOT sitting in for Director Zimbabwe today.
Thank you, Kelly.
Kurt Augustine.
I'm here.
Brenda Weist.
Can't hear you, Sean.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
The next name was Brenda. What pronunciation? West. Todd O'Brien.
Here.
Jessica Ramirez. Brian Mastella.
Here.
Sean Milgrath.
Here.
Bryce Yandon.
Reem, I see your hand is up.
My bad.
Ariel Wolf. Steve Gordon, Annabelle Chang, Anna Zievarts, I think that's everyone I have for the roll call list.
This is Annabelle Chang joining a little bit late.
Thanks, Annabelle. You're marked as present.
We're still determining whether or not we have a quorum, folks. Do we have a quorum?
It appears we do not currently, although there's a couple of folks that have emailed that don't have Zoom links. So you probably can go ahead and move forward, and hopefully by the time we get to an action item, we'll have a quorum.
Sounds great. Thank you. Okay, moving on. Scott, next we're going to hear from the Minnesota Connected and Autonomous, or actually, no, don't we have, aren't we going to go through slides, or is you going to do that, Scott?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think we're just going to run through real quick, just kind of run a meeting here.
Oh, Roger. Okay, so yes.
Yep. Sean, are you going to talk through the mechanics here?
Very briefly. So I think a lot of us may already be familiar with how Zoom webinar works, but just a reminder, you have the ability to mute and unmute yourself. Please stay muted unless you wish to speak. You may or may not, you are encouraged to turn on video, but I also get that you don't have to turn on video. You can do it especially during discussion periods, and you can use the chat box to communicate with panelists, meeting hosts, committee members, and the presenters. Also, please do not use the send chat to everyone feature. During discussion and Q&A periods, please physically raise your hand on your video or pose a question in the chat box. And you'll be able to see questions in the Q&A box, but may not be able to pose a question. Please physically raise your hand or use the chat feature. You will be muted to other attendees. You'll be muted with no video capabilities when you join, and the chat feature is disabled. Please use the raise hand feature to request to be unmuted. You can also use the Q&A box to pose questions. Call participants can still access the Q&A box if you're viewing the presentation online. However, for those who are only calling in, you can mute and unmute by pressing *6. For those only calling in, you can raise your hand by pressing *9.
Thank you, Sean. Okay, Scott.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Good to be with you again today. And I just wanted to kind of tee up this segment a little bit, give a little bit of context here for the next presentation that we're going to hear. So if you all remember, over the summer, we had a presentation at our last meeting from the Utah Department of Transportation talking about the automated vehicle pilot project that they conducted over the course of 2019 and 2020 with an automated shuttle. That was really representing kind of one approach to public agency involvement in conducting a pilot and funding behind conducting a pilot. We wanted today to kind of contrast that with a very different approach, one that is more driven as kind of a grant program, really kind of cultivating ideas around the industry through providing some public funding and some kind of framework around goals. So we wanted to hear about that a little bit more today. We're really thrilled to have Tara Olds, who's the Deputy Director of the CAVX program at Minnesota DOT, to talk to us today about that program. And then after we hear that presentation, we're going to talk a little bit more about pilots in general. We did some polling last time that really pointed to some important value in looking at kind of public engagement into pilots and potentially public funding behind pilots. So we want to pick that conversation up after Tara finishes and talk a little bit more about what that may look like, some of the goals around that, what have you. So so with that, I am going to turn it over to Tara and let her talk to you a little bit about the CAV Challenge program in Minnesota. Tara, are you ready to go?
Great. I am ready.
Thank you.
Am I sharing my own slides or are you guys sharing them?
I don't believe we have them. If you can share them, that would be great.
Let me just get that set up here.
Perfect.
Hopefully we don't have any technical glitches and we'll be good to go. Give me 1 second. Well, first of all, as I'm getting this set up, thank you very much for having me today. I'm excited to be able to share a little bit about our CAV Challenge program that we've had here for about 3 years now. It actually is a partnership program that we created with the Department of Minnesota Transportation, as well as the Department of Administration here. So recognizing that there's opportunities to go across disciplines, and we're going to hopefully be able to do this without my notes because I am unable to get those to pull up at the same time as we're having a little bit of difficulties, but I will just go ahead and share my screen and we'll go from there. So hopefully I don't miss too much without those notes pulled up, so apologies. But yeah, so thank you for having me. Tara Olds, Deputy Director of Minnesota's Connected and Automated Vehicle Program here in Minnesota, also known as CAVX. The Minnesota CAV Challenge program is really exciting for us because it's an opportunity for us to bring in different partners that can propose innovative solutions to Minnesota's transportation challenges of today. And I always like to remind people as well of those of tomorrow. With our ever-changing technology, we know that there are things that we cannot prepare for because we don't know what they are today, but there are definitely things that we need to explore and things that we can definitely do better to prepare for that. Can I just get a confirmation that you can see my slides?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, great. Now if we can just advance through, there we go. Okay, so here's a note that we just like to make sure people understand. In Minnesota, some of the challenges we're trying to solve are around transportation, but they often are a little bit more tangential to the way people think of transportation. Historically, we think of transportation, point A to point B, how fast can we get people there? How many vehicles can we move? And we've really seen over the last several years the opportunity to look at a more human-centered design approach, really recognizing what are the needs of people here in Minnesota and across the country, and how will our transportation system continue to change and make changes in all of these areas above. Opportunities to connect people to more jobs, create more opportunity for economic success, different opportunities to healthcare and access, educational opportunities. We know that the more opportunities people have to connect to communities, the more they feel involved and the more that there's creating other opportunities as well. And then a big one we really like to hit on that my wife always is asking me, what do you mean by this, is equity. We know that a lot of the work that's been done in the connected and automated vehicle space is very much centered around technology, continuing to advance technology. But for what purpose? And so one of the things that we ask a lot here in Minnesota when we're talking with potential partners is, how is this going to drive forward equity? How is this addressing issues that we've experienced in the past and ensuring that we're not going to recreate them into the future? I think we all have examples of different levels of transportation services that don't meet our own individual needs or people in our communities that have differing abilities, different needs, and just understanding the limitations that our current system exists or possesses and how can we potentially try to address those into the future. So a little bit of background, we've had this program since October 2018, so about 3 years that we get to celebrate this for. It's resulted in 16 awards and 7 fully negotiated contracts. So with that being said, you can see there's some wiggle room on how we can say the successes of this project or of this program. This program allows us to go through a series of different processes that I'll go through here in a second, that allows us to start having conversations to understand how can we really ensure that different partners that are proposing projects align with the goals here in Minnesota. Those can align with our Minnesota CAV strategic plan. We also have our TISMO plan and ITS plan, as well as just overarching agency goals, recognizing that when we think of transportation, there's a lot of areas that connected and automated vehicles can fit in. So with that, we've awarded 16 projects and we've actually implemented 7 at this point. Those other 9 of them, we're still in negotiations and hoping to be able to implement at some point. And there might be just limitations based on timing, capacity, and making sure that our funding is squared away as well to ensure that we can fully move those forward. We also like to highlight that this was a winner, this procurement process was a winner of the 2019 National Cronin Award for Procurement Excellence. Very exciting that it was recognized as just an innovative way to bring different partners together. And we're excited to be able to celebrate that. It also won 2020 AASHTO Innovation Award. It's one of the top 12 finalists in that category. And then we also won the WTS Minnesota Innovation Award here in 2021 in our home state, which was exciting for us to be able to celebrate with our partners that have also seen some of the benefits of this program. A few notable projects that we like to highlight: the Rochester Autonomous Shuttle Project, so a demonstration project that's allowed us to bring level 4 automated shuttle to the streets of Minnesota. A fiber optic feasibility study. This is one of my favorites often to highlight because it is a non-traditional MnDOT partner. We partnered with an accounting firm that really looked at how we could strategically invest in fiber along our trunk highway system that would not just benefit MnDOT and traffic needs, but also look at different economic considerations as well and market analysis. We've also moved forward with the Smart Snelling Connected Vehicle Corridor, and as well as looking at some autonomous truck technology, as well as different ADAS implementation on our own fleet. Some partnering that we've done is really also to expand the opportunities to connect with people in our own state. So we have partnerships with our Department of Employment and Economic Development. So we've crossed interagency within this program and pulled in other partners that can help us understand some of the changes that might be occurring in their own areas that still are transportation related, where we have the opportunity to help convene and facilitate different conversations. A lot of information, a lot of work with IT and our in-house, we call them Minute technology specialists. We've really tried to bring in our counties and cities. As we know, a question that they are always asking is how can we prepare for CAV? This allows opportunities for them to be partners on projects and to reap some of those benefits and those immediate direct lessons learned from our projects by them being able to test some of this technology on their own roadways. We've also had the ability to partner with Mayo Clinic, Destination Medical Center, with the project out in Rochester. And it's just always bringing in new conversations to the new voices to the conversation, which obviously, as we all know, has the more perspectives we can bring, the more advancements we can also make. Important to highlight that we've saved approximately $2 million in RFP resources and 200 hours of staff time. So this is by putting out our general RFP that identifies all of our CAD challenge goals, puts out the requirements of how we will be scoring different projects based on key personnel, project ideas, how it aligns with our goals and things like that. It's allowed us to save a lot of resources. I also like to note it's not just the in-house MnDOT resources that we want to acknowledge, but the resources to a number of our partners, right? They understand this is one CAD challenge proposal. We do have the ability to update it, and we have made some revisions and refinement over the last several years to ensure that we're meeting the needs and incorporating lessons learned and feedback from our different partners. But it's also saving a substantial amount of time from them. They get to be familiar with this project, they get to be familiar with the goals, and they can understand how our system works to make it more successful and hopefully save some additional time and resources on their end, since we all know it takes a significant amount of time and effort to put together a full RFP. So benefits and opportunities of this. So this is an open and rolling RFP. It has no specific timelines of when proposals are due. However, we do acknowledge that we will review and provide feedback or provide a decision on proposals quarterly. So we do have deadlines in there, and I will say that we tend to get more proposals right around those deadlines than other times of the year, but we really say it's open and rolling. If you have an idea, we want people to propose it immediately, and we would love to be able to award it. So in some fashion, one could argue it's on a first come, first served basis based on awarding of funding. But at this point, we still continue to look at continuing to fund projects and just looking at how we can position our fiscal funding accordingly. We recognize that there's a wide variety of what CAV means and the opportunities for us to address the future needs that can be based on deployment projects like we've mentioned with the Rochester automated pilot, looking at testing different applications, understanding how they work with our signal systems and the challenges that we might face. And we've learned a lot and have a lot of challenges. Looking at how different technology is functioning in winter weather. We get a lot of snow. Hopefully you guys don't get that as much in Washington as we do, but it definitely changes the way traffic moves here in Minnesota. And we want to make sure as we're looking at advancing these solutions that it's meeting those needs as well. So projects can come from a variety of different areas. And in some ways, doesn't always have that same direct translation to transportation and CAV that one might always assume. But I think that that's been one of the biggest benefits about this project is it's brought forward a lot of new innovative thinking on how we can address some of those challenges in a more holistic approach. It really allows us also an opportunity to talk to vendors. A lot of states with regards to connected automated vehicles, I say, well, are getting hit up constantly by different vendors and technology companies and people that want to push different things forward. And that's great. This really allows a process for us to have those conversations in a meaningful, strategic, and fair way. Allows us to talk to people. They can protect their trade secrets, and we can have confidential meetings that we can kind of start to explore different ideas and see how those might be able to align with our different goals that we have here. And like I mentioned earlier, we get to hear from unique voices and new partners. I don't think we would have been partnering with an accounting firm out of New York on traditional work that we've done here in Minnesota. And I don't think that would have been an idea that would have come out of our office, but it's been very an awesome opportunity for us to look at how we can explore different ideas in a different way. I'll note there's on the right side here, this is something that a lot of the benefits and opportunities that our partners have told us about. They really like the idea that it's fair, it's open. We try to make our requirements as clear as possible. I will tell you, there's always opportunity for us to improve on that. And we've continuously made some revisions to try to address those. We've tried to refine different scoring criteria to make sure that we're really meeting the needs that the agency's looking to move forward. And so that's been a great opportunity for us to really highlight some of the objectives that our Governor's Advisory Council is putting forth. And it really allows us to look at things in a different way. So we have a number of different experts that will come to the table, some that are very focused on CAV, some that are focused on some of the work that we do in the district level and other areas of the department. And so we can also bring in a number of different technical experts and partners to help us evaluate those and really recognize the opportunities that different projects might have to help benefit the agency in moving these goals forward. So the procurement process, I think this is something that I really like to highlight because it kind of helps lay out what we're talking about with the whole CAV Challenge RFP. Our goal is ultimately to find partner projects that we can implement, we can learn, we can help move ideas forward, and we can further different technology to make our transportation system better for everyone here in our state. So it starts out with a stage 1 meeting. This is where someone has an idea, they shoot a note out to our CAV Challenge email address and say, I have an idea, I want to meet with you and your team and talk about the opportunities for this to move forward. It's a great way for us to just have that initial meeting, learn about their ideas and say, like, does that have merit? Should we put forth more effort from both parties to see this move forward and explore it? We want to make sure that if it's a great idea, but not something we can fund, that we stop it and don't allow people or don't encourage people to invest a whole lot of resources. And maybe we direct them to another location that might be something like our research program if there's a better fit in that regard. I'll just note that 2 projects have actually been awarded through our research program, so not through the CAV Challenge, but it also allows the stage 1 meetings allows for some dialogue to understand how things can best fit into different funding mechanisms. We've also had conversations where we recognize we need more partners in the room. We are CAV, we focus on a lot of things with connected and automated vehicle technology and infrastructure, but there's other partners that oftentimes need to be at the table, whether it's from our Office of Transit and Active Transportation, our Office of Sustainability, or our Office of ITS. Well, I guess that's us, but a number of different folks obviously need to be in the room sometimes. So it allows us to have some good conversations. We've also recognized that prior to a proposal submission, there's benefit to have more conversation, more dialogue. In our original RFP process that we worked with the Department of Administration, we went from an initial stage 1 meeting to a proposal submission. There was a lot of gaps where we would review these and say, those things that we mentioned, those ideas that we said needed to be cleared up weren't done in the way that we were looking for. So we asked a Department of Administration to rework our process, and we added a workshopping phase in there. That workshopping phase allows us to be a little bit more clear and make sure that as we leave that workshop, we have a proposal that there's more agreement on of how we're moving forward in a successful way that all the partners that are participating can support. Ultimately, we then have a decision once a proposal is submitted, we score it, and then we determine if we can move forward with funding or if we have to hold for future funding is where we're at with some projects, as well as potentially reach after a debrief if it's something that we can't move forward with. We always make sure that we provide that debrief opportunity to advance the opportunities for future projects. Most ideas definitely have merit, and oftentimes it's that opportunity for us to still have conversations about where other funding opportunities may be. Before I forget, I need to note, Scott did mention that we're kind of like a grant program, and we are kind of like a grant program, but we are not a grant program. We are the funders of a project, and we want to make sure that people recognize that as that the state has a very substantial role in ensuring that we are the managers of the project and get to make a number of different decisions. That's been a challenge that oftentimes people don't fully understand and do see us just as solely a grant offering, but we are very much more involved than some traditional grants that we might see. sorry about that caveat there. I just wanted to make sure I didn't forget that. So the fifth part, once a decision made, let's say we go for funding, we're super excited, great idea. We work through negotiations. Something that's really important to highlight here is that can take a long time. We're talking about some highly technical information, intellectual property, proprietary information. The things that we've had negotiated have taken sometimes as long as 2 years to actually see something come through to move forward on a project. So there's some challenges that come with that. Bringing in different partners, understanding the way they do business and the way that we traditionally at MnDOT do business has its complications as well. So it's just important to make sure that clear, open lines of communication are established early on as those negotiations start. And then implementation. We want to see these projects, hit the field or hit the research table, wherever we're looking at them, and have ways that we can measure their success. So we're really working on trying to make sure we're evaluating the different projects and understanding the success that they might have in moving those forward. So when should we use a CAD challenge-based RFP? I like to think I say this as we know that there's a lot of challenges in Minnesota with transportation. I'm sure you guys experience similar transportation challenges in Washington. But with that being said, we can identify the problems oftentimes. We don't know what those solutions are. We don't want to have to define them in a way that's making partners be limited on the solutions that they can provide. And this really allows for partners to think outside the box, to propose new ideas, and to really use their innovation for good. There's things that we don't know that they do. We're technical experts in one capacity and they're very much experts in another. So it allows for an opportunity to bring those ideas together, to really brainstorm and bring together solutions that will benefit Minnesota much more successfully. We also recognize that there's a lot of flexibility in our timelines, and so it allows for different companies to propose at different times. We're recognizing that all of these things are fluid. Technology is constantly changing. Policy may or may not be getting implemented that affects the work that we do. And we have to be ever changing and flexible to that as well. So there's a lot of opportunity for us to just continue to evolve and kind of just go in stride with the work that's being done. So what have we heard from our participants? I will note that overwhelmingly, the people that we've worked with on these projects, which we've met with over 100 different vendors at this point, have really appreciated the opportunity to speak confidently. They also really appreciate the fact that there is a very, very clear process. As an engineer, I love a good process, and it makes it so that we can make sure that things are fair and equitable in the way that we're trying to make our decisions. We're not trying to go into the fine details in our initial stage 1 meetings and workshops. We want to make sure that we're holding those trade secrets, close to people, and we're not sharing them, and that different ideas are safe with us when they get to share with them. So it's just a really good opportunity to have clear conversations, move projects forward that truly are meeting the needs, not just of the vendor or the project proposer, but also of the state. It allows us to mutually try to develop different projects as they start to bring those ideas forward. We really also like to make sure that our goals are very, very clear in the RFP, and something that we've heard is we need to prioritize them better. If you were to look at our CAD Challenge RFP, I think you'll notice that there is a handful of different goals. And this is one of our biggest challenges, is that we have so many things we're trying to move forward on. I think there might be 12 or 14 different things listed. It's very hard to prioritize all of those and saying what is most important, but we are recognizing that there's an opportunity as we continue to refine that RFP to say, okay, we've invested some substantial amount of funding here. Where do we want to start moving that around to ensure that we're looking at addressing all of these different priorities in a more equitable way as well. So overall, we've met with over 100 different vendors. We've had 69 different proposals submitted, and we've awarded 16 different projects. I've mentioned that 7 of them are fully funded. A number of them were delayed due to COVID, both because of recognizing, or mainly due to recognizing that introducing different technologies during a time of pandemic, different uncertainties, definitely a little bit more difficult. We don't want to introduce technology to people and be asking for their opinions when they're already concerned about their everyday life. A number of our projects also had a substantial amount of engagement involved, and so we recognize some of the challenges due to the different quarantines and lockdowns that people were experiencing throughout our state, and we wanted to make sure we had opportunities to amply engage with folks. Recognizing that our environment is not necessarily changing as drastically as we were hoping to maybe come back to a pre-pandemic normal, we are moving forward with a number of different projects again, and then just modifying our approach to ensure that we're engaging with the public to the best of our ability as well. You can see here a number of different diverse partners that we've met with over the last 3 years, as well as the partners that we've been able to be successful with as well. So lot of diversity in here, including national and local firms as well. So a few projects I would like to highlight that just have been successful through the CAV Challenge project. I mentioned that we had a accounting firm out of New York City, E&Y. They actually proposed a project that would look at a fiber optic along our trunk highway, understanding optimization for where we should be investing, as well as potential partnerships with private industry based on their market data. We've had opportunities to identify the benefits to traffic, opportunities to other different connected state assets, looking at the market penetration opportunities, and then showing how that could be combined together. I will note that this has been a challenging project in the sense of we have a lot of diverse perspectives in Minnesota about moving forward with different investments in fiber. But the one thing I think that's really moved forward over the last year and a half, particularly during a time of COVID, a lot of people working from home, school from home, distance learning, and things like that, is the need for connectivity. The need for connectivity is not going to go away. And the opportunity for us to benefit both from a traffic perspective as well as communication just has a lot of opportunity. So we're really excited about this project and looking forward to hopefully prioritizing different ways that we can invest as a state. I will note that when you look at the needs of a state and start to throw those numbers on the paper, it's pretty scary, but it's also really telling of the opportunities that we have to potentially provide a substantially better opportunities to communicate with people all across the state. Like I mentioned, not just from a traffic safety perspective. Another project that came through the CAV Challenge program came through Kratos, who traditionally works in military defense, often on the US military side a little bit more. And this was a really interesting project that looks at autonomous truck mounted attenuator. This uses a technology where we would have a rolling closure on the highway, typically at lower speeds. And we have a series of different maintenance trucks with crash cushions that will be setting up that rolling closure. And we have traditionally, I don't know what the number is, but we do have a few trucks every year that do get hit. I will note that our trucks are very heavy, like you guys all probably are aware. They are quite safe, but that doesn't mean that they're not jolting and that there's not cause for concern when anybody's getting hit on our roadways. The idea of this project is ultimately to remove the driver from the follower truck and allow them to go sit in the driving truck to oversee the automated operation of the follower truck following that leader truck. It removes somebody from harm's way, provides a safer environment for our maintenance workforce who oftentimes are putting themselves far too close to our moving traffic, an opportunity for us to explore how that technology works in Minnesota. We've had some definite lessons learned with this project, understanding that GPS connectivity and signals are different here in Minnesota than often some of the lower states that this technology has been tested in. Also, we've had some challenges with the slower speeds that our vehicles are moving. We tried using this on crews that were operating at about 5 miles per hour. And because of that, the technology isn't picking up the electronic wireless breadcrumbs in the same way. And the other deployments of this technology at other states, they've been moving at typically 15 to 20 miles per hour. So we're working with the manufacturer of the equipment to modify the software to see how we can advance the technology to move at that slower level operation and slower speeds of operation. And we'll be testing it again next summer. I will note as well, we're having really good conversations with our maintenance crews about feasibility and reliability of this technology. So we're not just learning about the technology, but we're learning about the acceptance within our own DOT, the opportunity for it to benefit them, if it's something that's even desired. So it's some really interesting internal engagement conversations that have started as well. Another project that we've worked on is connected vehicle corridors. This is connecting with smartphone technology to be able to warn drivers of different drivers ahead, of the different signal phasing and timing of signals that they'll be approaching, as well as if there's pedestrians or cyclists that are approaching at different intersections. Learned a lot as well about the challenges of implementing smartphone applications on roadways that don't have saturation of users and the optimization of that, but we're learning also if the technology is functional, the reliability of it, and continuing to make improvements in that regard as well to see how it could be implemented on our system or on local systems as well that have been partners. We're also looking at how can we share information about where our maintenance vehicles are. We've also explored the idea, can we share information about even state patrol and other emergency personnel? But we're really focusing on maintenance right now, as there's a little bit of easier approach when you're just looking at your own fleet. But recognizing in Minnesota winters, it's often hard to see where snowplows are when you're even approaching them. So the more information that we can provide users in advance to warn them of maintenance vehicles and other potential hazards is incredibly important. So we're looking at how we can geofence different locations to be able to provide that information to traveling users. And we're excited to see how that ends up helping hopefully reduce some rear end crashes with our maintenance vehicles that we often see in the winter months. Project that's near and dear to my heart is the Med City Mover, the Rochester automated bus pilot project that we've been working on for a few years now. We did delay it also due to COVID because we didn't want to introduce this technology in the time of the pandemic, but we decided to move forward after giving ourselves an extra year of preparation. This vehicle involves 2 level 4 automated shuttles from Easy Mile. They're Easy 10 Gen 3 shuttles. These shuttles follow a pre-programmed route on an urban downtown area and multimodal live traffic with a number of different other vehicles, including delivery trucks, buses, passenger vehicles, and shuttles. We have pedestrians walking at every intersection along the corridor as we are in the heart of downtown Rochester, which is home to Mayo Clinic. We have a number of different cyclists and scooters and such as well. This project is completely open to the public and is free for operation for 12 months. So we're really excited to gain feedback from Minnesotans, let them understand what the technology is, and just allow them that opportunity to see it for themselves and experience it. We don't want people with voices in this industry to only be those that have the personal vehicle that has this technology, but we really want to be able to expose it to all walks of life. So far, we've heard from people that live in Rochester, people that are visiting from all over the world, as Mayo Clinic brings in people from all over the world. I know we've had people from Venezuela, Brazil, Mexico, Poland on the shuttle thus far, and we've only been in operations for about 1 month. So that's been really exciting. I will note that these vehicles do have an onboard safety ambassador that can take over operations should there be needed at any time to ensure safe deployment of this. But these shuttles in particular, out of the deployments that they've had all over the world, they've never had the vehicle crash into anything, is something we like to highlight. So the technology that these are using on the front end with all of the LiDARs and sensors to be able to understand the environment that they're in and make sure that they're able to identify any obstacles or pedestrians or anything in the way. It's been pretty incredible to see that technology at work in our own environment as well. I mentioned that one of our goals was really to engage with Minnesotans, share what this technology is and learn what they're thinking. We're doing a pre and post ride survey that's allowing us to gain that input from people, and we're getting some really great feedback already and look forward to gaining that over the next 11 months. We're also looking to improve winter weather technology. A lot of these shuttles have been deployed in warmer weather climates. We know we're going to have a lot of challenges in the winter. We've already know that there's some operating design domain limitations of the vehicles as well that we're looking to try to expand and explore. We're also looking to identify what potential infrastructure changes we need to make to our environment. We've had some challenges with road pavement condition and the way that the sensors pick up different movements of the vehicle based on road pavement condition, striping visibility, signal or signing locations as well as quality, and then also signal infrastructure upgrades and communication infrastructure. And then fourth, we're looking to try to enhance the way we look at our transportation system, not just think of it as the traditional uses that we see today, but really consider opportunities on how it could change and allow people to share that and be a voice as we continue to have these conversations. So top 10 lessons learned, I'll note that these are actually more than 10. But I think it's important we think of beginning with the end in mind, understand what your project's really trying to address, what are those goals, and really stay focused on that, and prioritize the priorities. There's going to be ever-changing priorities, whether it's from you, your other partners, and things like that, and just make sure that you're staying focused on those as well. As these jump around, apologies, I'm just going to start jumping them on here. A big one that we talk about in our office all the time, like I mentioned earlier, is equity. It must be addressed explicitly, and we actually call it out explicitly in our RFP now and ask people to note what they're doing. We say here in our program, equity is one of the things that's going to be driving our program forward. We don't necessarily know how, but I do know that we're working with our office to other offices to define transportation equity so that we can understand what the baselines are here in Minnesota to help address a lot of the disparities that we see. I think I'm running lower on time, so I'm just going to kind of let you guys read these top 12 lessons learned, and then I think we can wrap it up and see if there's any questions.
Thank you so much, Tar. We appreciate your presentation. Are there any questions for Tar? I don't see any questions in the question box, and I don't see any hands up. Anyone? Okay, I just have one question for you, Tara. On your ambassador, your onboard ambassador, do they have the ability to take control of the vehicle if necessary?
They do, yeah. They're at all times, they have to be managing the operation. So they're witnessing to know if we're losing any signal connectivity, if we're losing GPS location, and they can manually override that. They're also watching to ensure that the technology is picking up the different pedestrians and cyclists. These vehicles don't have sensing in the back. So if a cyclist is coming up behind them and we're moving to make a right-hand turn, we want to make sure that there's some visual confirmation as well. So there are limitations with the technologies that we're using on the MedCity Mover, but that's actually, I think, helping drive some good conversations to understand what still needs to be advanced before you could really see these be mainstream in an environment like a downtown Rochester.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Other questions or comments? Yes, Kurt. Oh, I'm sorry, no. Thought your hand was up. I don't see any hands up. Okay. Looks like they're letting you off easy, Tara. Thank you so much for your presentation. We appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much. And if anyone has any questions, please feel free to share my contact information. Definitely love to chat more if anyone has any specifics.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great.
Okay, next we're moving on to AV pilot considerations. And Scott, this is your.
Yes, thank you. Terrific presentation, and I appreciate the swap back a little bit on the grant framing, which I think is really important, because I think that is a key distinction and exactly plays into some of the discussion that we're about to have here. So I hope that gave you kind of a good sense of a very different approach from the last one that we had heard from Utah. And that's really what we wanted to use today to kind of drive the discussion as we think about pilots. So I hope you're able to see my screen now. So we wanted to kind of pick this back up, taking a look at some of the polling that we had done previously back in May, where we really started to dig into this question of pilots and whether the state really has a direct role or should have a direct role in investing in pilots to attract and bring pilot opportunities to the state. So we asked that question very directly back in May, and you can see the responses here. So 17 out of 22 indicated yes, they did feel that Washington State does have a direct role, should be investing in this. And then we dug into that a little bit deeper as well by talking about kind of priorities. Why, if the state should invest, what is the objectives that Washington State should be looking to get out of this? And we had up several different options. We saw three of them that really kind of rose to the top, and I'm going to read these out because I want you to try to capture these in your brain a little bit. We're going to be digging deeper into these in a moment. The first was to inform policymaking. So obviously that's a big part of what this group is all about. And then, by extension, looking for a pilot opportunity to similarly help inform policymaking. Second was improve public awareness and exposure to this technology. And the third was enhancing organizational knowledge. So what can some of the agencies within state government or even local government for that matter, what are some of the things that they can gain through this process and understanding better how to interact, facilitate this technology, et cetera. So that was really what we had captured back in May. Again, want to kind of frame up this discussion around different pilot approaches and just acknowledge, again, you've seen now there's a wide range of approaches that could be taken around piloting. And some fundamental questions that need to get kind of sorted out as we think about that. So public versus private ownership and control of the pilot itself, cost and risk sharing, the level of scope definition that's required to kind of initiate the pilot, procurement mechanism, the contracting approach. Tara talked so well about how innovative the Minnesota approach was in that front, and that it was not this very defined scope and kind of a traditional procurement process. And really, what are the objectives and how are those objectives achieved through the process? So let's go back and recap again this concept of what we had heard from Utah, a very defined pilot where there was an RFP put out with a very specific ask in terms of what the pilot was going to be, what it was going to look like, what it would achieve. And there was a single entity that was selected to do that pilot. So some of the pros and cons here, certainly in this scenario, one of the pros with this type of approach is really that total control. So the agency putting it out has total control over what that scope is, what the project design, and that selection process. It's more of a traditional contracting method where you create a scope, ask somebody for a proposal on how they would execute that scope. A little bit more typical to what most agencies do in executing this. And apologies for the dog in the background here. But you know, on the con side, you know, one of the definite disadvantages of this approach is that that the agency putting that out has to fully know exactly what they want to get out of it. You've got to fully define that pilot. So there's less room for creativity potentially in responding to that RFP. There's also most likely, excuse me, there's also most likely a much stronger cost participation from the owner in this case. You're asking for something very specific. Excuse me. You're probably going to pay for all of that, or much more likely to. And that also can result in some, you know, some interesting dynamics when it comes to kind of the risk and who owns that risk in the pilot. When the owners fully defined it, how much risk are they kind of taking on in terms of whether their objectives are achieved? So I won't use the G word again here on this one, but you know, really framing up a program similar to what Minnesota has talked about, where really the kind of the key driver to this is that kind of open solicitation and framing more about what are some of the objectives, what are some of the priority areas that the DOT is looking to achieve, and kind of asking all comers to bring their ideas. And you know, as we just heard about Minnesota's program or this kind of concept, that can result in multiple awards, engagement of multiple, you know, different proposers, kind of within the bounds of the funding available to that. Those proposals are evaluated based more on how well they help the agency achieve the objectives they're looking for, rather than executing a specific scope. So, you know, what are some of the advantages to that? You know, I'm sure fairly obvious in that the industry has a greater role in kind of defining how to achieve those objectives. So the agency doesn't have to have full understanding of exactly what they want to execute. They can really put out more of an idea and have industry bring their concepts on how they could bring value, how they could execute that in different ways that that, you know, the issuer of the RFP may not be thinking of. Great example from Tara on the fiber optic project that may not have even been on MnDOT's radar until it was brought to them, and they recognized kind of the value in that. I think coming out of this, there's a greater likelihood for a public-private partnership type of approach that really could look at more of a, you know, cost sharing and risk sharing type of approach. Obviously, on the con side, there's less control. There's less control from the agency in terms of the kind of the pilot design and outcomes, in terms of timing, as we heard on this. And clearly there's a contracting complexity to this. There's a reason MnDOT won procurement awards out of this. It was a really non-traditional approach to procurement, you know, which could kind of challenge the path forward as well, you know, which is just a factor that needs to be considered when thinking about pilot approaches. So I see a hand up. If we want to stop, Justin, is there something you wanted to jump in on?
So this grant program, and maybe you said it, I apologize, from Minnesota, was it publicly funded, or is it public partnership, giving both?
I don't know. I can't see on my screen right now if Tara's still on. I think I know the answer, but I'd defer to her if she's still.
And if
on.
so, how much public dollars were utilized in that grant program?
I'm not hearing anything. It doesn't sound like Tara's still on. This is what I'm generally aware of, and just want to throw that caveat out there. I know that MnDOT did fund the program, essentially made some public funds available. I think there, my understanding was that, there was at least some expectation of some cost sharing, potentially, or made different bids more attractive if there was some cost sharing from the private party. So I'm not sure the exact dollar amounts, but I know that, that MnDOT did fund the program. I'm not sure all the fund sources for that.
Great, thank you. Love to have that information. Slap it in the chat or whatever. That'd be great.
So, so with that, we want to dig a little bit deeper into this this question on kind of pilot goals. So we've established, through the previous discussions, certainly an interest in looking at state involvement in attracting pilots. Want to dig into what type of pilot does this group want to pursue? What type of approach is best for Washington State? Kind of aligning those expectations across the public and private sectors, and also related to competing goals. So with that, I'm going to stop sharing here, and Markel is going to bring up, we want to do a little bit of polling, again, just as a great way to be able to get some quick feedback on this. But also, very much hoping and encouraging the executive committee to come on here with us, come on video, open up the discussion as well. So if you remember, we highlighted that there were 3 kind of distinct priorities that came out in our previous polling on this. So we want to dig deeper into each of those areas. And we're going to start with priorities related to kind of informing policymaking goals as part of this. So we've got some, a few different ideas up here. We're going to give certainly an opportunity for some discussion around this as well. But we've got some concepts here. We're looking for you to rank in order of priority related to informing policy goals. So kind of identifying gaps in the existing regulatory framework. So we've got some bills that have passed recently related to law enforcement notifications and crash reporting. Understanding infrastructure needs to support deployment better. Testing out and designing law enforcement interaction plan, or similarly, policy towards work zone data. And then also policy towards identification of testing locations. So a few areas that we've kind of identified here. Would love for you to join the Mentimeter poll here and give us your thoughts on priorities. And we will give this a minute. There we go. So we'll give this a little bit of time. If you can see in the bottom right, we've got the number of responses. So we'll be watching that to try to get as many as we can here. Perspective of the group. And it looks like we're headed in the direction of the dreaded everything's equally important answers. So looking forward to these last few. Hopefully we can set some stronger prioritization here. We're at 12. I think we've got about 19 committee members on today. So hopefully looking for to see that number tick up a bit if we can. Appreciate all of your feedback. I guess while we're waiting on more responses, happy to open it up to discussion too. If anybody has thoughts here, want to chime in on the reason you supported anything in particular.
Do we have questions or comments? I don't see any, Scott.
Okay.
Annabelle Chang.
Hi, I just wanted to share at least one perspective from Waymo on infrastructure needs. At least from Waymo's point of view, we're really creating the technology to be deployed and tested, frankly, in the existing environment. So there doesn't need to be necessarily extra special infrastructure from an AV perspective. The area where there could be needs is around electric vehicle charging and frankly, just general road maintenance. So I just wanted to share a little bit from the AV industry perspective on the better understanding infrastructure needs.
Thank you, Annabelle.
Great, that's really helpful.
Hey, this is Aria Wolf. Sorry I joined late. All I would say is apologies for being on the phone only. Just echo what Annabelle said, and I think it's a point we've made in not just this context, but in a variety of forums, in similar type forums. And we're excited about technology being deployed. Is in the current state, not to be confused with excitement about infrastructure investments, generally speaking, but to be able to accommodate existing infrastructure is one of the key facets.
Thank you, Ariel.
Great. All right, well, it looks like we've probably maxed out on our voting. So why don't we move on to the next one? And we're seeing kind of infrastructure out at the top there, although certainly it's some level of parity across all of these goals. So clearly a lot of opportunities there. So next we want to dig into public awareness and have a few options here, asking for your feedback on. First is really increasing public understanding of AV technology and capabilities as kind of that high level. From there, really going into how much of the goal is measuring public opinion towards technology and kind of understanding that perspective. Conducting human factors research around interactions with AVs. And then finally, educating the public on safe use of AV technology. Those are the options kind of on the table here as we drill into public awareness. So look forward to your votes here. And again, I want to throw it open as you finish voting. Anybody that wants to share your perspective or ask any questions around this. Great, seeing more votes coming in faster now that everybody's joined the poll from the last question, so appreciate that.
Scott, given we have a few folks subbing in for members, got a quick question, at least from one of them asking how to do this. So can you maybe stress how this works, just to make sure people are able to vote?
Absolutely. I apologize for not doing that at the beginning here. Yeah, if you have not done this before, you can see across the bar at the top, it's go to www.menti.com. And when you go to that, you could do it on your phone if that's easier, since many of you are probably on the screen right now. It'll prompt you to enter in the code that's shown at the top, 84142404. And as soon as you do, it will prompt you on the question right away. It's fairly intuitive once you get into there. So yeah, if you've not done this before, I apologize for not clarifying that, and we'll give you an extra second here to jump in. Looks like we're already getting more votes than we had last time, so hopefully others were able to join. So, and it looks like with 17 in, really coming out on top of really increasing that kind of the public understanding of the technologies. Yeah, Danielle, I see your note here. I think that that's something that we can do, certainly. So it looks like, increasing understanding of those technologies and educating the public on safe use of AV technology, really kind of coming out on top as the priorities here. So finally, in terms of drilling in on priorities, we're going to finish with organizational knowledge goals. Again, just kind of some high level goals around these that we wanted to ask you to rank. First being better understanding agency roles and responsibilities for AV deployment and operation. Second, identifying workforce skill gaps. Third, identifying funding gaps to support deployment and regulation. And finally, better understanding kind of interagency and private sector partnership needs. So again, we'll give a minute here. All right, looks like we're up to 15 votes here, and a more clear top tier here, I think, of really understanding kind of, I think, broader theme of roles and responsibilities, including kind of those interagency and public-private partnership needs as part of this, really coming out on top. All right, finally, we want to kind of pivot back to the discussion that we've been having on these different types of approaches. And clearly there are some, a hybrid type of approach that could come out of this, but we've seen two very different types of approaches presented in the last two meetings in terms of that prescribed approach or much more of an open approach. Would love your thoughts on what you think would be the best approach for Washington State here. So we're seeing a lot of votes coming in for hybrid approach. And, when I think about that, I think, that type of approach could really provide kind of a, as an example, kind of a broad outline of what a pilot would look like, but still provide some room for flexibility, some opportunity to propose different ways that you could execute that, or a different, slightly different pilot design to achieve the same objectives, as an example. I think there's, there are potentially some creative ways to do that as more of a hybrid, which looks like it's coming out as a top contender here. This is our last question on this segment. I want to open it up. Any thoughts on this question, or just in general on the topic on pilots before we move on to our next presentation? open up the floor here.
If you have questions, please turn your camera on and raise your hand. Justin.
Well, thank you. I might have missed it. I had to take a emerging phone call at the first part of the polling here, but I don't think it's a surprise to some of you on here that while I understand autonomous vehicles is a technology moving forward, I fundamentally have a belief that we shouldn't be taking public dollars away from basic infrastructure that we're not even providing already, such as fully funding public transportation, sidewalk improvements, bike peds. We're barely scratching the surface of that as a state. And to go ahead and divert money for pilot programs in autonomous vehicles, it just seems like a bridge too far for me at this time. If this is what the private sector wants, then the private sector should be funding these type of things moving forward. I fully do believe that engaging on what is legal, helping fund processes about putting sideboards around this type of technology in our communities, particularly ensuring that communities that are historically disadvantaged communities are protected. But I certainly do not think that we should be spending public dollars at this time for autonomous vehicles when we are barely even funding sidewalks, public transit, bike ped infrastructure within our state transportation budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Other questions, comments? Yes, Ariel.
Yeah, hi. And again, sorry I can't be on on video just because I'm actually driving right now. So just in response to that, I would just say, I think it's, the industry by and large is not looking for public dollars. I think there's good alignment there, but I would say that there's sort of the counterbalance to that, which is what the industry is looking for is a clear path to deployment from a regulatory perspective. And so I think that therein lies perhaps the best thing to focus on, not about drawing resources from other projects or activities, but really having a laser focus on, okay, what are the regulatory barriers to deployment and how do we safely overcome those and get to a point where the technology can be deployed and gain access to all the things that we've talked about for some time. So I think that's the key thing, less about the focus on dollars, which I agree with, and more about the regulatory barriers and just thinking about the legislation and other the structure in place in the state and how do we tackle that.
Thank you, Ariel. Your hand's still up, sir. Questions, comments? Yes, Representative Shelley Kloba.
Yes, good morning.
Morning, ma'am.
I feel like the point of investing public dollars is often, and this is sort of a generalized thing, is often to invest in places where it might not necessarily be the thing that private industry is ready to do or wanting to do or is certain that is going to be economically viable. And with public dollars, we can sort of do a proof of concept, like, yeah, it would work this way here. And then that can give private entities the little bit of assurance to go ahead and invest in that approach. And so I do think it's important that we spend some dollars, public dollars. I think it is highly likely that we could do it in partnership with a private entity so that we're kind of leveraging the public funds. And I think we need to make sure that it's geared, any pilot program is geared towards the kind of first mile, last mile, making absolutely certain that it is tailored to folks who are currently not able to access public transportation or even private transportation. Those are the ways that we can make our public transportation system work best. And so I totally understand the comment before from Justin about the other things that we're not doing, but I think that this could be a piece of those other investments in our public transportation system, and particularly helping with some of those last mile things that we'll see where the holes are and where you can patch with pedestrian and bike access where that's not really possible, or I don't know, something that people would use. Then maybe there's this other piece that could be filled by a sort of publicly accessible, possibly publicly run transportation system with using AVs.
Thank you, Representative Klova. Annabelle Chang.
And I wanted to build on Representative Kloba, Annabelle Chang from Waymo, sorry, it's on my title. I wanted to share at least two examples of programs that are similar pilots that do have some level of public engagement. So for example, in Arizona, Waymo did partner with Valley Metro for a 6-month pilot, providing first mile, last mile solutions. And that did require, it actually tapped into federal funds and did result in a report out from a local university. And actually, I'll post that into the chat so everyone can access it. But it was the first time a transit agency and an autonomous vehicle company has ever partnered together on something like this. So there were quite significant learnings from it. The second example I would give is that in Texas on the trucking side, right now local municipalities are actually partnering with AV companies to develop a first of its kind trucking hub, and again tapping into federal funds as part of that. So there is just those two examples to kind of demonstrate where it could be helpful for governments and for the AV industry as well.
Thank you, Annabelle. Justin.
Sure, and I'll just say this. Only 2.8% of the transportation budget goes to multimodal funding, only 2.8%. And my point is, we aren't even funding multimodal options from a state perspective at the level that I think a lot of us that fight for multimodal funding would like to see. And all I'm saying is, before we go and prioritize additional funding for autonomous vehicles, we would like to see a commitment to further funding at a greater level to start changing the paradigm of how we move people and goods through our community through bicycle, pedestrian, transit, outside a single occupancy vehicle in a better way. That's my point. And I'm happy to have further conversations another day with everybody who wants to about our priorities and how we get there. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Representative Colby, you still have your hand up. Did you want to rebuttal or?
Sorry, response? I will take it down.
Okay, no problem, ma'am. Other questions, comments on this item? Okay, back to you, Scott.
All right. Well, so I think we're closed on the discussion of pilots now, and I think we're going to shift gears and hear from a presentation. This is one that we've talked about for quite a while. The presentation will be from Mark DeLaverne from Cavenue, and this is related to the corridor project that Cavenue is currently looking at in Michigan, but more broadly, I think kind of Cavenue's vision for how roadways and infrastructure can help be part of kind of the incubator of advancing AV technology forward. So I will not put any more words in Mark's mouth and let Mark take it from there.
Thank you, Scott. Welcome, Mark.
Hi, thank you for having me. I apologize. My video camera is not working. So you don't get the pleasure of seeing my face, but you're not missing much. I assure you that. So thank you for having me. Good morning, everyone. Appreciate sort of the invitation to introduce our company to you all and what we're doing in Michigan. Screen sharing, okay?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Just a little background on myself before I get in. I've been with Cavenue for a little over a year when the company started. Prior to this, served as the Chief of Mobility Innovation for the City of Detroit under Mayor Duggan, working on the types of stuff that you all are talking about here, as well as more traditional issues like improving our transit system, as well as our bike and pet environment in the city. Really great opportunity to be in the really inner workings of the city, particularly a city with a lot of challenges, but so many opportunities as well. Got the pleasure of working with Kelly from the city of Seattle on a number of issues. So this is the next phase of my career. So we're working on this issue that we're building here at Cavenue. So, I don't think there's ever been a harder time to work for a state DOT or anyone who oversees infrastructure. You look at the safety data, particularly from the last year plus, and despite traffic, particularly in last summer being down, crashes still being significantly high and fatalities being higher in many different parts of the country. And this is something that it continues to be one of these things that we just take as an acceptable risk of getting into a vehicle, that there is a chance of fatality, and it's such a sad story that so many folks lose their lives or are seriously impacted by a fatal crash. And then, the congestion issue is still on top of mind for so many folks, as we've got return to work, and, you've got just additional trips out there on the roads beginning to, we've got congestion at levels that we were seeing pre-pandemic, even though we're not nearly at the, return to work levels that we were back then. And then freight, is, continuing to grow, both on sort of the long haul and short haul. And adding congestion to our roadways, our ports. I think I just saw something about like 500,000 cargo things sitting at the LA Long Island port, waiting to be distributed. And this is also causing many issues around the supply chain that we're experiencing today. But obviously the issues of equity and climate really coming into the forefront for transportation. I think folks that led state DOTs 20 years ago were not, equity and climate were not even on their most folks' mind, where now it's top of mind for so many DOTs, and now with a federal push on these two issues. So just being able to balance all of this continues to be this additional priority. And then you add this new piece where cars have never been smarter. You've got level 4 companies like, Waymo, Cruise, Argo, who are continuing to move closer and closer to, achieving their goals. And then you've got, vehicles that you can go out and purchase today, just getting smarter and smarter. Whereas you look at, I've got a 2016 and a 2021 vehicle, and in 5 years, it's amazing the amount of technology that is on the newer vehicle that I have. And this is going to continue to become more of the norm, where you purchase a vehicle and it has advanced driving features like adaptive cruise control and lane assist, and it's not just personal vehicles as well. You're seeing these innovations happening in the freight industry. You're seeing these innovations happening in both the sort of transit shuttle industry, as well as the transit coach industry. So you're seeing just like technology continuing to grow at this rapid pace on the vehicle side. But roads are basically the same that they were 50 years ago, and obviously have not kept pace with all the things that are happening on the vehicle side. And this does limit the technology on the vehicles themselves, just simply due to the amount of things that occur that aren't standard, right? And that's everything from a motorcyclist who basically lane splits and runs along a lane line on a roadway, to infrastructure where you don't have striping isn't being able to seen, or traffic signal is getting blown in the air and vehicle can't see what the phase is, to obviously sort of the challenges that we have with regards to weather in this country and continuing to increase in weather. So, we have a strong belief that, by providing supportive infrastructure, we can simplify this issue and unlock a number of benefits, particularly on the safety side, that is coming with this technology. And, we do this with basically, essentially a 4-step stack is what we're talking about, is essentially simplifying the road, providing more information to the vehicles to can sense and see more, being able to inform and coordinate the vehicles, and then creating a way to permit and penalize them to use the infrastructure. So Cavendish, we were formed around this mission a little over a year ago, where looking at the ability to for us to simplify the driving environment and provide more information so that we can address disengagements, which is where the technology hands the vehicle back over to the driver, and essentially enable a better and more fulfilling traveling experience for everyone. And that's whether you're in vehicles, transit vehicle, freight, being able to really utilize technology even at a higher level than is out there today. So I said, we were formed about a year ago. Our leadership team is pretty stacked with just some amazing people. So Tyler, our CEO, he ran undersecretary. He was the undersecretary for policy at USDOT. Did a lot of work on the managed lanes in the 2000s. Then worked at McKinsey, ran their North American infrastructure group, ran a toll road. Just an overall brilliant thinker with regards to infrastructure in this country. Jamie, our CTO, just a really distinguished career, just a brilliant person as well. Worked at NASA on the Mars rover, and was at Waymo and at Apple, focusing on the L4 issues. And then Nicole, who's our some of you all might be familiar with, is our chief safety officer. Formerly was the administrator for FHWA as well as administrator for NHTSA. Only person to ever do that. Just an amazing background. And then we built this just really unique team that's bringing people from, let's just call it like the traditional sector, right, of government transportation. So people like myself, people that have worked, for consultants, people have worked in USDOT, financing, that group, and then combining them with a lot of the folks that have worked on the technology that are going on vehicles today. You can see the companies that they've all worked for. But just, kind of bringing us all in the room, because, for those of you in the public sector, who've asked these questions of companies and, not necessarily always sort of been able to engage deeply, like we've been able to really engage deeply with people that have been looking at these issues, but not necessarily looking at the infrastructure issues, looking to solve it on the vehicle side. And then we've got some folks from the OEMs and the tier ones as well, just like how vehicles work, how that industry works, just putting all these people together. It's been a really unique experience over the last year with all these people with different pieces together. And then, we are working closely with those that are building a lot of these vehicles. We put together this advisory committee. You can see on the right, we've got a few more companies on the side here. They're working on these different vehicles, these different technologies, and additionally, also on the transit and the freight side. So looking to being able to make sure that the infrastructure and the solutions that we're working for are helpful to the technology and the vehicles that these companies are building. So we have a very simple way of trying to describe what we're doing, and this is based on a NCHRP study done on connected roads. But essentially, first thing we're trying to do is just make it easier for both vehicles and people to see what's ahead, and doing that so that if there's a hill, if there's some limited perception, being able to make sure that the vehicles have a sense of what's happening ahead of them. The second, being able to just be able to provide more information and deeper insights. You know, seeing a vehicle stopping ahead of you is great, but knowing that the vehicle is stopping because there's ice on the road is even better, and being able to provide that information. And then the third piece is essentially simplifying the road environment. You can see we have a barrier here. We think that's a big part of, particularly on higher speed roads where cut-ins and cut-outs lead to a lot of disengagements. Being able to eliminate that in sort of a near term and ultimately innovate on that barrier. So we can use it in different ways, in a deployable way, so that we're not we're using existing right of way as best we can. Using things like, I know that Washington State has done this of utilizing shoulders and the like during peak hours, and then going back to traditional lanes as necessary. High level, this is our concept of operations. We'll have basically sensors being able to detect what's on the road itself, a compute digital twin in the background, being able to provide insights both real time to the road as well as back end to infrastructure owner operators. We think that there's a real opportunity to not just enhance the technology on the vehicles, but also provide more information to infrastructure owner operators of what's actually happening on the road, so that they can make better decisions and choices with funding. We see lots of value. I mean, on the right, you can see the operations and maintenance where we see that, there's lots of opportunities, all the information that's happening on roads, being able to not just provide data, right, but being able to provide insights that are actionable. I think that's one of the challenges that everyone faces in public sector, right, is it's great to have lots of data, but it's much better to have data that you can actually make actions on. And then as far as the use cases among users, allowing from the freight standpoint, obviously, there's lots of opportunities to enhance what's happening on both an L4 and an L2 space. The transit side, there hasn't been as much investment being made, particularly in technology on transit buses as transit, traditional coaches, as there has been on trucking. But we're starting to see, as recently announced partnership between New Flyer and Research Robotics to putting technology on new coaches. And then finally, passenger vehicles, as we showed earlier, that lots more technology going on to these vehicles. We also, in addition to be a technology company, we are looking to be more creative with how we fund these projects. I think the last conversation, obviously, good little debate about regarding funding priorities. And while I think we're all hopeful of an infrastructure bill coming, a lot of this country still has yet to grapple with the challenges that exist with the gas tax. Here in Detroit, we've had a lot of announcements over the last month, I'd say, with regards to electric vehicle investments being made by both General Motors and Ford. And this is not like a dip your toe in the water. This is them going all in on this piece. And obviously, as the vehicle penetration market for electric vehicles increases, the gas tax will continue to decrease. And there's also the challenge, in addition to just the overall amount of funding, it's how things are funded, right? And I think this was actually discussed a little bit in this previous conversation, that should it be the public sector's role to bet on technology, particularly when you're talking about 20 to 30 year life cycle of investments, that spending a lot of money on a technology that doesn't pan out, can have a lot of challenges. And I think that Scott can probably talk about this much more in sort of the what has happened with the FCC ruling on DSRC, but how that has impacted governments and just like the amount of more work and money that they're having to do to replace all of this. So, we think that this is something that, there might be, much more aversion to risk over time. While at the same time, there's lots of money sitting on the sidelines from infrastructure investors. We have two institutional investors, Google Ventures and the Ontario Teachers Pension Plan. And, we talked with a number of the other big infrastructure investors who are all just, looking for projects to invest in. We see this as an opportunity for us to put money to work, be able to take risk on demand and try to achieve outcomes for state DOT partners. So, if the desire is safety, if the desire is equity, being able to achieve those outcomes, continue to push us and to incentivize us to innovate, and de-risking the technology part for the public partner. So I'll wrap up here with our Michigan project. Leave good time for Q&A, but I think we also help you get on schedule a little bit as well. So the Michigan project was announced last August. Michigan DOT put out a request for proposal for a master developer of a corridor between Ann Arbor and Detroit. We were selected as the winning respondent of that project, and basically our contract allows for a 2-year feasibility study to determine everything from which road should we focus on, to developing a prototype, to doing community outreach along the communities and building the use cases. We've gone a lot of directions. I mean, this is a first of its kind study, so we've been kind of mapping ourselves out and sometimes having to we go one direction, we have to stop and then come back and go into a new direction. And that's some of the challenges with regards to doing a first of its kind study. This is a $0 contract from MDOT. We are funding the entire study ourselves. MDOT's been a fantastic project partner working with us. We're viewing this as a co-development of not just the infrastructure of itself, but also just the overall process of how we're going to get to hopefully an ultimate agreement to develop this roadway. Right now we're in the midst of hopefully, wrapping up a concept of operations sometime in the next month or two that covers everything from our system architecture to how that architecture will communicate with the existing systems that exist in their traffic operations center, to beginning to assign responsibilities from an operational standpoint on the road itself. What we're looking to do is basically convert an existing travel lane into a mixed lane of both connected automated vehicles and non-CAVs. So we're not adding a lane, we're not taking any capacity out, but there still is lots of questions of who's going to operate what, how are you going to snowplow, just basic things like that, to ultimately maintaining the technology itself. We're looking at both a transit use case as well as a personal vehicle use case. Commercial is not a main focus of this first project. If you're familiar with Southeast Michigan, transit is a huge challenge in this region, and we think there's opportunities on both the freeway system as well as the local boulevard, Michigan Avenue, to create automated transit opportunities to connect folks to jobs, to destinations, and to hopefully enhance economic development in the region itself. In addition to the concept of operations, we've been developing traffic and revenue projections, cost estimates, design plans, so that we'll probably likely go out to do our first set of public outreach later this year, and begin some sort of environmental process with them. There's a number of items that are, say, non-traditional, that we are going to be engaging FHWA on. We have a Step 15 application into FHWA to start the conversations on a lot of these pieces, everything from some of the infrastructure, some of the design exceptions, to ultimately how we're going to fund this project. So, I think that, it's going to be a really great conversation between the FHWA Michigan folks as well as the people in HQ, to start talking about the future of roads and everything from, how they're designed, technology on them, to how they're funded. But then we've got a great set of local stakeholders in addition to MDOT, the communities and the counties along the corridor. University of Michigan, I'm actually in their space today. You can't see it, so it doesn't matter. But great partners. You know, there's a great ecosystem between the University of Michigan and American Center for Mobility that has, you know, we're going to be investing significant amount of dollars at ACM with regards to testing. We're probably also going to be doing some sort of utilizing some existing infrastructure that has MDOT infrastructure that, you know, has excess capacity for some testing as well, so that, you know, we feel comfortable. We've got companies that feel comfortable. So when we open the lane, you know, the technology itself is fully certified and working. So I think that about wraps up the presentation. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mark. Questions or comments for Mark? I see a hand up. Justin.
Sure, lots of questions. So Mark, thank you for this information. Did I hear correctly you didn't add a lane mile, you took an existing lane mile?
We are converting an existing lane, yes.
Is the current lane a high occupancy lane, like a HOV lane, or is it just a standard single use general purpose lane?
Yeah, so Michigan does not have any HOV, HOT, or tolling lanes in the state. So this will essentially be the first managed lane in the state.
Interesting, thank you. Representative Kloba.
Yeah, hi, thanks. So I'm interested in this notion that you started with in the beginning of the presentation about, you know, referencing disengagements. So enhancing and simplifying the driving environment to address disengagements and enable a hands-off, eyes-off driving experience. So with regard to the disengagements, I mean, obviously that's when the system encounters some sort of an edge case, something that it's not sure how to proceed, and it hands off control to the driver. And so do you feel like there is value in current AVs and measuring the, you know, frequency types, et cetera, of disengagements so that you can sense whether these various strategies that you're working on and proposing will decrease the amount of disengagements? Is it helpful to really get a sense of how much disengagement and when it's happening?
So I'm going to probably skirt the question a little bit. So one of the reasons we have our advisory committee made up of the companies you saw there was so that we can work closely with them to say, like, is what we're building going to be helpful of you? I think that, you know, we've scoured a lot of the California data on public disengagements, and, you know, talking to our folks from that have worked on L2 and L4, you know, this has not been it's not the most helpful data for us. You know, so we're relying on their experience, you know, our personal experience driving these vehicles, and then sort of our conversations with the companies themselves saying, like, does this solution help?
So if I can follow up, are the companies themselves monitoring the disengagements?
I don't think I'm at liberty to say that. I'd have to look through all my NDAs.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Hey, Justin, you have your hand up still. You still have other questions?
Yeah, I'm curious. So you're taking a general purpose lane. Can you describe some of the public feedback? I'm going to go out on a limb and say there probably was a lot of consternation from the public about that, knowing what I know about public right of way. But could you describe a little bit of the kind of the feedback you heard from just everyday drivers seeing one lane being taken away from them?
Yeah, so we've only at this point our outreach has only been to staff and officials from the communities. We're going to go out to the public in the near term. You know, we're one of the reasons that we're not doing like a lane only for these vehicles, right? Because then it becomes like if the only way to get into the lane is if you have the technology on the vehicles themselves. The vehicle will be open to any vehicle. So if you've got a 2022 Ford Mach-E, I've got a 1990 Honda Civic, we can both use the lane itself. Benefits would only then they'll go to the vehicle with the technology on it. All that being said, yes, sort of talking about changes to roads are never easy. I have many scars from everything from one-way to two-way neighborhood streets to putting on a bike lane on a 7-lane road with 18,000 vehicles. Michigan doesn't have the level of congestion that many other places do. Our roads were built for a population in Detroit of 2.5 million. Population is a little under 700,000 now, so there's a significant amount of infrastructure here, and that can you can sort of have that conversation where in other areas it's much more challenging to say like you're going to do something like this.
Thank you. I'd really like to hear the public feedback once it's kind of that process is done. Thanks.
Thank you, Justin. Other questions, comments? Representative Kloba.
Nope, I don't have any. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Other questions, comments for Mark? Okay, thank you so much, Mark. We appreciate your presentation.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. Have a great day, everyone.
You too. I believe we have Scott coming up now. To talk about AV Work Group Roadmap to the Future Development Update.
You do, as I click a whole bunch of buttons here to bring that up. Sorry about that. Good to be back with all of you again. Yeah, hope you found that last presentation interesting. Again, just kind of a different take on how this ball is going to be moved forward. So pivoting from that, we want to do a little bit of a look ahead and talk about kind of the future of this group and kind of the legacy of this group, if you will. So this group, as you're all aware, was by statute set up for 5 years, will sunset in 2023. So we've begun that look ahead process to think about what is the kind of the legacy coming out of this group, and that roadmap to the future that we plan to kind of put together as part of that legacy. The intention. The intention is this that a roadmap document is really going to kind of serve as that legacy document to be delivered at the end of the work group in 2023. That really takes a look at kind of the full body of work that the work group has done, but acknowledges some of the areas that are most critical that weren't able to be accomplished over the time frame of the work group, but are really going to kind of drive the needs and discussion forward, particularly in the kind of earlier time frame after the work group. So it's that plan for the future in terms of how Washington can prepare for AVs. One thing that we wanted to talk to you about today is something that we're considering as part of kind of how this will be framed and how we think about that roadmap. And a lot of our discussion has been very broad in terms of when we talk about this kind of ecosystem of AVs, really considering kind of everything in that in that range, from some of the very early technologies that are on the road today, to everything up to, essentially a full, self-driving future, a massive shift in the way people travel. And we thought that it would be helpful as we think about advancing this forward, to think about it perhaps in some more discrete terms about some use cases that we see as more near-term viable use cases, help really kind of center the discussion around what are some of the tangible things that need to happen as we think about some of the early technologies that are coming around today to kind of put this roadmap in context. So we want to today talk to you about 5 potential use cases that we're proposing to be kind of what that roadmap is centered around. So want to talk about those, want to get your feedback on these, want to identify if there's anything missing as part of that. So again, you can see the 5 use cases up here. I'm not going to read all of these now. We're going to go kind of into each of these individually. So let's start with passenger vehicle ADAS. So ADAS stands for Advanced Driver Assist Systems. So this is technology that's generally on the road today. You see a picture of a Tesla here. A lot of, as you've been following this, no doubt, you've kind of seen some of the consternation around some of the more marketing names that imply, higher levels of automation than are actually really achieved. Tesla has branded this autopilot technology, which many perceive very much as a very advanced self-driving technology. In reality, it's an ADAS technology. It's an assist system type of technology. There's definitely an obligation for driver engagement as part of that system, and we've seen several times the results of not having that driver engagement, of overly relying on the system in kind of some high profile instances. But this is technology that is on the road today, but with several different manufacturers that it supports driving functions in a lot of different ways. Could be considered, as we talk about this vernacular of automated driving levels, a level 2 or level 3 technology, depending on the level of advancement. Operate in different roadways, kind of as defined in some cases by the manufacturer, the kind of the limits of the allowable kind of operating domain on that. So there's several different examples of this, again, that are on the road today and that are incrementally increasing in their technological advancement over time as well. So, Ariel,
Scott, we have a hand up. Ariel, did you have a question?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Sure can.
So I guess my question here is just with respect to, and maybe I need to understand a little bit more about what it means to have exploring these AV use cases for the work group. And so apologies if I'm wrong about it, but one of the key points that I think I'm going to speak a little bit more about this during the open comment session, so I'll just hold that in abeyance. But ADAS technology is not AV. I mean, I think hopefully there's awareness there, and there's something to be said for having a conversation about the distinction between those technologies. But for an AV use case, I wouldn't want to conflate AV use cases and sweep in ADAS technology, which of course it's not autonomy. It's driver assistance. It requires a human to be involved. So just flagging that, I may say a little bit more in a subsequent part here, but it would be helpful to understand what does it mean for the work group. Is it the proposal for the work group to or in the committee to tackle ADAS just generally to tackle passenger vehicle ADAS as a topic? Because I think that's just outside the scope of the AV work group.
Yeah, I think really appreciate that comment, Ariel. I think that's a very fair question. I think we should absolutely discuss that more as a group. I think that the idea here, and certainly you're right in terms of we don't want to conflate ADAS and AV. And perhaps I think the purpose of putting this forward is that there is a level of conflation already now, a little bit in the industry, certainly in the public eye, that I think is something that may warrant this group kind of considering how do we decouple those? How from are there actions that need to be taken to kind of, acknowledge those differences? Is there a public awareness element to that, as we kind of, talked about previously, this group identifying public awareness, as an area of importance? Is there a role in the public awareness aspect of this? I think that was our thinking of why this still could kind of belong in this conversation. Although completely agree that it is not AV, and we don't want to kind of further that conflation, but I think that was kind of the thought process. A welcome discussion around that. So
Thank you, Scott, and thank you, Ariel.
That's great. Just a quick follow up there. I couldn't agree more that if the objective is to use this group as a forum for discussing why ADAS is not AV, and I think there would be a lot of support from industry and how to do that. But I think that's the key, is not to accidentally contribute to additional confusion and conflation. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Ariel. Annabelle.
Yeah, and I'd just like to echo what Ariel said. I think the major concern here is further confusion by having this covered by this particular committee. But I understand also the desire to create clarity, but it would be, I think, one of the first times, and I may defer to Ariel here, that any AV statewide committee or commission would cover ADAS as part of their work. And so that actually may send a confusing message.
Thank you, Annabelle.
Appreciate that feedback.
Representative Shelley Baldwin.
Hi, I think part of ADAS being part of this discussion is really about ADAS is here. It's happening now. We're hoping that it increases safety, and we're seeing its misuse and misunderstandings driving some of the misuse that's happening. I don't know, my Tesla certainly doesn't allow me to drive hands-free. It requires my hands on the steering wheel, for one. It's not an AV, and yet sometimes people think that it is. And so I think that there's a public interest there in making sure the public does understand what this technology is, and that it is not AV, that you do still need a driver fully engaged in the driving task. So I think that was some of the discussions that we had during the safety subcommittee meetings.
Thank you, Shelley. Okay, Scott, looks like we're clear for questions. Okay. Keep going.
All right, will do. I really appreciate that discussion. I think that was
Laura Johnson just raised her hand. Laura.
Sure.
Sorry, I apologize for my late hand raise. I guess the other piece for me that really connects is really around, like, what are the learnings we can take from ADAS and apply to AVs, and continuum is not the right word, but as we transition to other technologies, like, how are we taking that information and that learning to then think about the safety and the needs of deployment for AVs? And so I guess in my mind, that's the other place of connection.
Thank you, Laura.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, great discussion. I think this is absolutely something we can kind of revisit in terms of, sounds like acknowledgement of, perhaps a need to acknowledge ADAS here, but, but perhaps we don't include this kind of at a use case level. I think we can think about that further in terms of, kind of how we incorporate it in from a learning standpoint and public awareness.
Thank you, sir. Representative Shelley Klobo, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you. I would just like to add that while it may be unusual for a state AV work group to be having, some discussion, some mission around ADAS, I think from our previous presentation, it seems clear to me that the types of infrastructure opportunities, particularly with your vehicle to infrastructure kinds of communications, et cetera, more clear lane striping, et cetera, the things that can be helpful for ADAS to be more effective also seem like they are things that an AV would need. So I think on that idea of a continuum, while, you know, a level 2 is not necessarily the absolute precursor to a level 3 and then a 4 and then a 5, it doesn't necessarily proceed in order down that continuum. I do think that from the perspective of what infrastructure, what policies need to change, I think there is a relationship between the things we need to do to make sure that ADAS is as effective as possible are also things that we need to do eventually down the road that will be helpful for AVs. So I really would like us to make sure that we don't drop this particular thread of you know, use cases. But I do think I think like other people have said, we have to be kind of careful about it so that we're not confusing other people.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay,
Great.
Scott.
Thank you. All right. Moving on, second use case that we are proposing is truck platooning. So this is essentially, you know, really the functionality of a following truck that is able to link with a lead truck to operate at kind of a close following distance with, you know, with a linkage in terms of, you know, at least kind of the speed and position fix with the lead truck. So so the following truck is operating at a level 4 level or level 3 level 4 you know, level in general. This is, you know, being piloted in different contexts today, a lot more in a rural context where less kind of interruptions in the traffic flow. So again, this is something that that a couple different companies are out there today piloting, you know, as well, and that is, I think, really seen as having some real commercial viability in the early stages, just given some of the advantages commercially for customers in terms of fuel savings and whatnot. Yeah, Annabelle.
Thanks, Scott.
Sorry, Annabelle.
Can we go back to the trucking platooning slide?
Sure.
And I thank you, appreciate that. I just want to clarify that several of the trucking AV companies are not relying on platooning technology so that each truck in itself is fully autonomous. And I think that there are a few companies that are pursuing that, but I just want to make that distinction that all heavy duty autonomous trucking does not fall into this mode. Instead, it is one type of autonomous vehicle trucking, but it is not the only type. So each, for example, with what Waymo is pursuing, ours are, each truck in itself is fully automated and they come on and off the highways. And some of our competitors have slightly different models as well. And I may ask actually Ariel if he's available at SDC to kind of speak to other companies that have different types of autonomous vehicle trucking technology. But I just want to make sure that if we're talking about autonomous vehicle trucking, that we don't limit it to just platooning.
Thank you, Annabelle. And Ariel, you're next.
All right. Yeah, I think it's similar to the previous ADAS point. And here's what I think maybe it comes down to, and if I were to summarize it, maybe even a year ago or 2 years ago, some of this stuff could be chalked up to semantics as the industry evolved and technology was also still in development, which of course it still is, but you know, at an earlier stage of maturity. I think the important note here is that it's really it's no longer semantics. If we're saying autonomous vehicle that has, you know, specific meaning, level 4, it's autonomous. A driver is not expected to be involved, or it's not about connectivity or spectrum, which is what platooning is in a sense. These are adjacent things, and ADAS is, you know, it's been mentioned, I think Representative Plova maybe talked about how it's adjacent to autonomous vehicles. But if it's an autonomous vehicle work group, then, you know, these concepts, these technologies come up in the context of, you know, how can it be helpful to inform some, you know, AV work, but ultimately there is a risk. I guess my point is that because it's not semantics, it's real. They're different technologies. There is going to be a risk in talking about them, that the public or others or policymakers, whoever, gets confused about the necessity, as Annabelle was talking about, the necessity of truck platooning with AV trucking, which it's not. Some companies pursue it or use it, some don't, and it's not what's the term, right? It's not a fulcrum, or it's not a necessity. So I think that's why just the reaction to ADAS and platooning, I think there are other concepts here that make sense to look at, but there's just a lot of concern around giving the impression that those things are tethered to AV deployment.
Great.
Thank you, Ariel.
Thank you, Ariel.
Okay, Scott.
Okay, moving on to automated ride hailing. So this is, we've seen a lot of discussion examples around this. An automated passenger vehicle in different deployment cases now, with or without a safety operator in the vehicle at this point. That's really kind of serving as a taxi effectively. That's serving as a kind of an automated service for ride hailing today. So this is happening on road in a number of cases today, operating at level 4, so within some defined geographic limit, generally speaking, that we're seeing out there today. Last mile goods delivery is another example. I think one of the things that we were focusing on here is really around vehicle types, different kind of typologies that are not a traditional vehicle doing delivery, but more vehicles that are kind of purpose built for this type of delivery service. Low speed vehicles. We see examples of vehicles that actually operate on sidewalks, small vehicles that can do kind of short distance delivery type of operations. Again, we're seeing piloting of these in various places out there today. So there is some expansion of this use case as well that's happening today. Annabelle.
Thanks. I wanted to clarify that there's sort of 2 or 3 different types of last mile goods delivery. So one that we often frequently see popping up at the legislative level is personal delivery devices. And those are ones that are small robotic devices on sidewalks, right? So that's one category. Neuro would be an example where they have a purpose-built vehicle that is driving on public roads. And then I think from the Waymo perspective, we use our current existing passenger vehicles to also do last mile goods delivery. So just wanted to clarify that there are different elements to the last mile goods delivery.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. So finally, I wanted to move on to the last use case that we are putting up here, which is automated transit. So this is actual full-size coach transit vehicles that are being automated. Often these are being operating in kind of fixed guideway, dedicated laneway types of operations in some of the current pilots that are out there today, operating in a level 3, level 4 context generally today in the pilots and demonstrations that are out there. So those are the 5 initial use cases. Yeah, Justin.
How much does that robot bus cost?
I have no idea, to be truthful. And this is very early day. I mean, these are pilot vehicles. This is not a widely commercially available type of vehicle yet.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah.
This is Manuela Papadopoulou.
Manuela, hold on just a second. Annabelle, your hand is still up. Did you want to speak?
No, let me go ahead and lower that.
Okay, thanks. Manuela, please go ahead.
Sorry, I couldn't find the hand, the virtual hand. quick question. Thank you for the overview. I concur with everybody about making distinction on ADAS. One question I have is on aerial devices, and I want to call them devices since they're not all mobility and vehicles. Where would that fit into the planning? Because there are already drones delivering goods and will also use both private and public real estate. How are we looking at the aerial devices, not just terrestrial?
So great question. And now we've been at this long enough. I'm trying to remember whether I believe we specifically defined in the outset of this group that the focus was really on surface transportation specifically in this group and not aerial. I don't know, Rima, if you are on and can maybe clarify that. But I know this did come up early, and I thought we had kind of made that distinction and put some boundaries around the group's mission here.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. The legislation contemplates service transportation only, and when we had some discussions with legislative staff, it was everyone's interpretation that the intent of the law was to focus on surface and not air. So we have not been diving into that area of exploration.
Representative Kloba.
Yes, thank you. As I'm looking at the automated ride hailing and the automated transit, I feel like we need to articulate a little bit more clearly and maybe with a different photo for the automated ride hailing. I know we're not like tied to that, but the use case that's pictured by the automated ride hailing, I think would actually be more considered like a mass transit, an automated transit, because it's not like individually owned. It's and it's designed for multiple people, whereas I think the actual automated ride hailing, I think we'd think more of like a Waymo or the things that like Uber and so on are doing, where it's an individual car that is at the beck and call for an individual person, or perhaps in the sometimes sharing individual, one or two or three people. Whereas I think the automated transit needs to include not just a large coach like this that's pictured there, but the types of, I guess, more publicly accessible transportation that's for multiple people and has more of maybe a fixed route. I know there's a little bit of squishiness between those two kinds of things, but if we can have a little more clarity in that definition moving forward, that'd be great.
Understood. Thank you. All right, so I am going to stop sharing at this point. We are going to throw this back to you and really appreciate the discussion along the way with this today. So we're going to go back to Mentimeter polling here. And the way we're asking this question is a little bit different. We're not, for a change, asking you to purely rank these, but really just give us your perspective on the kind of the relevance of each of these use cases that we've presented, whether you feel they are relevant use cases to take on. I think we've already had some great discussion on that in some cases here. So again, we'll give you a little bit of time to rejoin. Note that it's a different code for this this poll. Excuse me. So if you just look again at the top of the screen here, we've got a new code for this poll here. We can type it back into the chat if that's helpful for folks as you take a minute to rejoin the poll here.
And Scott, again, apologies because I'm just en route. I should be arriving shortly. I don't have a proxy who's filling this out, so perhaps I can do it just after the meeting, or provide the responses in some fashion to reflect it, particularly for this question. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, the code should be open for 48 hours, so you can certainly do it after the meeting.
Ah, great.
Hey, Scott, can I ask a question?
Yes. Yeah, Brian, please.
So it says passenger vehicle ADAS, and we had the conversation about ADAS. But if you remove ADAS, you got truck platooning, ride hailing, last mile, automated transit, fine. But you don't really have passenger vehicle AV, right? So I guess I'm reading this question is let's expand the definition. I mean, it's not really ADAS per se. It's passenger vehicles becoming AVs and what the recommendations are around that, right? Because I mean, I would rate ADAS, not relevant in the context of this conversation, but as passenger vehicles become AVs, it's very relevant. That's the whole, right? So I just want to clarify what your definition is in light of the conversation we had on ADAS.
Yeah, well, so I think that's a good, a good point and good feedback. I think we were, in presenting that, we were particularly trying to tease out short of AV. Really getting at kind of the conflation of these two things, and in some cases, frankly, the misuse of ADAS and whether that was something that the group needed to, needed to think about, needed to address as part of this, and perhaps to Representative Kloba's point on the automated ride hailing, and really, in effect representing automation of a passenger vehicle, in effect, whether those are two entirely separate use cases that would need to be addressed separately, I guess is an open question. And we're going to give you a chance, here through the polling as well to really chime in on that and kind of frame out what we missed. But absolutely understand your point, Brian. And I think we were trying to differentiate that. That's not to say this is open to you all now to say, did we get it right? What, how do we need to think about this? So appreciate the feedback. All right. Well, it looks like we have got we've got 18 in here, which I think is about where we were at on the previous polling. So this is great. Really appreciate the feedback here. And looks like again our discussion on ADAS. I think question on maybe how we address that, whether it's truly a use case or something that we need to address in a different way. Really appreciate the discussion around that. But otherwise, looks like we've got some level of relevance for these use cases identified here as well. Truck platooning, again, maybe a little bit more on the bubble there as well. Any other thoughts or comments on this before we move on?
Questions, comments?
All right, let's keep moving. I know we're a little behind on time here, so Markel, if you want to push that out. So again, here, we've already had this discussion. Really appreciate those of you coming off mute to kind of chime in, but give you a chance or give anybody a chance here to type in, what did we miss? What other use cases should we be thinking about more explicitly here? Or any other comments you want to kind of capture off the mic, if you will, as we're getting this feedback. So give you all a second to fill this out, which I know is a little bit longer than clicking a button. So we'll just give a moment here. Great, starting to see some ideas come in here, which is great. Just give this another quick minute. So I think, just a quick point that I do want to make, and just looking at some of the comments in here. So I'll just grab pedestrian safety as one. There could be maybe a use case specific to pedestrian safety that I'm not thinking of, but one thing that I wanted to point out, I think the idea of defining use cases is that within each of those, we can look at how might pedestrian safety be affected, or how could we address pedestrian safety based on the specific needs of that use case as well. So I think some of these are issues that we kind of can address within use cases that aren't necessarily a specific use, but a consideration that we've got to factor in when we think about use cases. So I just want to clarify that the idea with this is that we really kind of think, broadly about what are some of those, kind of potential impacts. How can we address, some of those concerns within each of these use cases? All right, in the interest of time, why don't we move on here? Great feedback. So we want to now kind of thread together these two discussions that we've been having here, one related to piloting, one now kind of related to use cases. Would like to get your thoughts and feedback as we kind of think about piloting. Is there one of these use cases that really jumps out as something that would be really the highest priority that you would want to see a pilot in Washington addressing? Give you a minute to weigh in on this one. And again, while you're voting or after you vote, feel free, anybody that wants to jump in with thoughts or comments on this topic as well would be great. Always feel like I should be calling the horse race while these things are coming in, but feel like that's bad form here. Just give another minute. Looks like we're getting close.
It's truck platoon by a length.
Exactly. All right, so not a wild favorite coming out of this. We see kind of automated ride hailing there out in the lead, but really looks like a lot of interest kind of across the board in these four concepts. So that is helpful to understand. So with that, that's our last question, our last item on this segment. Any final questions or thoughts?
Questions or comments? Dr. Yinhai Wang.
Yeah, hello, everyone. It's a great presentation, but I want to make sure everyone would consider not only how relevant our interests are, but also how ready the technologies are. So I feel if we try automated transit, it can be easily controllable, and also it's highly relevant on why maybe the public should make the investment. There are a lot of discussions already about we have limited funding, but how should we use this money? I consider AV could potentially be generating a lot of economic benefit if we consider we want to solve our classical problem using some technology, and which one we choose and how we want to benefit from the technology. So I feel if we could, for example, select a designated route and do an automated transit, we can identify all the technical challenges and the policy needs. I feel is more doable and may not be cost a lot. It's my 2 cents.
Thank you, sir.
Great, thank you.
Other questions, comments? Okay, thank you,
All
Scott.
right. Thank you. Thanks everyone for the great feedback.
So we are, we're running about 24 minutes behind, but we'll go ahead and start the AV subcommittee updates. I don't believe there's any action here, so there might be some possible action. So with that, excuse me, I'll introduce the co-chair of the licensing subcommittee, Bo Hirschbacher. Bo, you there?
So
Jill.
Bo is out today, so I'm actually going to be presenting for him.
Thank you, Jill.
So my name is Jill Johnson. I'm the Legislative and Special Projects Manager for Department of Licensing, and I support the licensing subcommittee as well as the self-certification process at our agency. Our licensing committee hasn't met a whole lot this year. We actually met back in the end of June after the legislative session wrapped up. And we provided some pretty high level highlights and feedback about the bill that passed this last year. So Senate Bill 5460, which does directly affect our subcommittee as well as the self-certification process. And during that discussion, we heard feedback from industry folks that are in our licensing committee about some of their concerns. And just, you know, we're still trying to work closely with them about their continued concerns around some of the reporting and notifications back to our agency. And, you know, just hearing that feedback and continuing to work closely with them. Additionally, at that meeting, we also heard from representatives from the Self-Driving Coalition, and they shared their feedback as well as some insights about, you know, their wishes and hopes for testing of AVs in Washington State. And it was a really great discussion, and just it prompted a lot of really great questions and feedback. We don't plan on having another meeting this year, but we do continue to work with the industry folks on you know, all their concerns around the bill, as well as, you know, how we can help support them and make sure everything goes into effect next year. So that's our update.
Thank you, Jill. Questions or comments for the licensing subcommittee? Hearing, seeing none, moving on. Thank you, Jill. Okay, next we have Captain Dennis Bozeman and Manuela Papadal, co-chairs of the safety subcommittee.
Good morning. I'm Dennis Bossman. Just want to provide a little bit of introduction to myself since I'm new to this committee. I was recently promoted several months ago to the commercial vehicle division, which is one of two divisions which primarily focuses on truck enforcement and education throughout the state. A little bit about myself. I've been with the agency for 26 years and had a variety of assignments in our Field Operations Bureau, our Criminal Investigations Division, previously was in our Commercial Vehicle Division and our Training Division. So it's been kind of enlightening sitting through this first meeting today, seeing it from different angles, and look forward to moving forward with this portion being part of the Safety Committee. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Manuela, who will provide an overview of some of the different topics we've discussed this past year.
Thank you, Captain.
Thank you, Captain. Thanks, everyone. I will keep it very short since you have the overview and outline in your email. We have conducted 5 meetings this year, and we have 2 more planned. Our focus this year was centered around continuing the efforts around bringing some recommendations for in front of you with regards to safety. Our focus was to also bring together not just legislators to speak to the participants, but also folks from the automotive industry, whether they're industry analysts or from various companies like Waymo or World Economic Forum. So we've really focused on positioning Washington State as a state that has the opportunity to join California, Arizona, and play an important role in providing AV legislation that will help develop comprehensive standards globally, for the United States to align with what other nations are doing. So we have 2 more meetings scheduled in November and December. We don't currently have any recommendations.
Thank you, Manuela.
Thank you.
Questions for the Safety Subcommittee? Seeing none, moving on. Next, we have David Forte, co-chair of the Liability Subcommittee. Did I get that right, David?
Yeah, my name is David Fort. So
okay.
good morning. I serve as the Property and Casualty Policy Analyst at the Office of the Insurance Commissioner, and serve as co-chair of the Liability Subcommittee with Harris Clark, who is Vice President of PIMCO Mutual Insurance Company. So your Liability Subcommittee has held 4 meetings so far in 2021, and heard from the American Property Casualty Insurance Association, State Farm and PIMCO insurance companies, the federal legislative advisor to the National Association of Insurance Commissioners, and also an advanced mobility systems planner from WSP. So back in January, we were looking at the upcoming paradigm shift for auto insurers, from assigning risk of drivers to assigning risk of systems. And then also the possible shift of individual ownership of vehicles to a more shared mobility and commercial-based ownership system. We discussed how most accidents today are based on the fault of drivers. So vehicle malfunctions and defects are quite rare. And the product liability lawsuits associated with those are very expensive and can take years to resolve. So we also discussed the data issues, the data privacy, the securing of the data, the affordability of collecting the data required to properly assign liability when vehicles of the mixed levels of autonomous systems are involved. Our next meeting, we looked at how the definition of driver and operator are being updated across other states to incorporate AV systems. Now, while the liability subcommittee viewed this discussion through the lens of assigning liability, there may be other reasons the state should look to update our definitions. A technical memo was prepared and it's available to the executive committee to review. Let me know if you haven't seen it yet and I can pass it on to you. We also heard from the Washington, D.C. based legislative advisor to the National Association of Insurance Commissioners. She provided quite a sobering update on the federal activity relating to autonomous vehicle legislation. She was not hopeful we will see anything soon. She explained that just a few years ago, there was plenty of bipartisan support. That's gone away. The party lines seem to be hardening their positions and not able to find common ground in the committees. We then continued the discussion on the difficulties of the market shifting to more product liability-based insuring arrangements and how that harms consumers. So now that we've heard from the legal community in 2020 and the insurance community in 2021, moving forward, the subcommittee is going to be generating some damage scenarios for internal discussion and walking through the application of a couple ideas that will affect the assignment of liability. And we look forward to showing you the results when we provide our next annual update.
Thank you, David. Questions or comments for the liability subcommittee? Hearing, seeing none. Moving on. Thank you, David, for your report. Next, we have the chair of the Health and Equity Subcommittee, Dr. Andrew Dannenberg. Dr. Dannenberg, are you there? Dannenberg, are you there? There we go.
Yes, I am. Thank you. A couple things. I think we have not had any recent meetings. I think the most important thing that Health and Equity Subcommittee can do is review recommendations coming out of other subcommittees from a health and equity point of view. There were several recommendations last year. We took a look at them. There were no particular health or equity concerns on them, so we did not give any feedback on them because there were no concerns. But as other subcommittees come up with recommendations, we would like to look at them from a health and equity point of view and provide suggestions on them. That said, what we need then is to be able to receive those recommendations with a little bit of time between when they're generated and when they're already on their way up the chain. So if there are concerns, those concerns could be addressed. The other things that we have going on is one of the major areas of health and equity does have to do with disabilities. I think Anna Zevarts is on the call. She and Margot Dawes are willing to look at creating some recommendations related to disabilities. And some of this is such things as how does a person in a wheelchair, use an AV, and various other issues of use of AVs by people with disabilities. And so we'll be working with Anna and Margot and see if we can come up with some recommendations of what would be good policies there. The other activity going on is I'm here at the University of Washington in public health, and I have two students working with me looking at the equity issues on the bigger scale. We're looking at literature, we're talking to people in other places. In fact, the University of Minnesota is one of the places that has some work going on with equity and autonomous vehicles. We've been talking with them and trying to come up with a list of, what are the major equity issues? And we've talked about some of these in prior talks, and then what would be appropriate policies to address them. So trying to put together what may be, a white paper or a report to you or a published paper, whatever we end up doing with it, that would sort of highlight, here are the equity areas to be concerned about, and here are some of the policies that might be used to face them. So that's kind of the major work. One issue that has come up to my attention relatively recently, I'm sure it's not new, is when we're talking about shared AVs, meaning like with ride hailing, you might be sharing one, is safety and security for passengers, particularly women who may not be real comfortable getting to a shared AV with a stranger. And so what kinds of policies or technology or whatever might make that more comfortable, having a panic button or having some kind of monitoring, whatever, but that will be on the list of areas to consider on health and equity, is how do you make it so people sharing AVs can be comfortable? That's the major issues, and hopefully we'll have more information for you next time.
Thank you, Dr. Dannenberg. Questions or comments for the Health and Equity Subcommittee? Hearing, seeing none, we'll move on. Thank you, Dr. Dannenberg. Allison Drake, co-chair of the Workforce Subcommittee. Allison, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Perfect. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Allison Drake, and I'm a senior policy advisor in the Government Affairs and Policy Division at the Washington State Department of Labor and Industries. I'm one of the Workforce Subcommittee co-chairs, along with Stacia Espinosa from the Washington State Employment Security Department, and Brenda Weiss from the Teamsters. I do apologize for not coming on camera for my subcommittee update. I had surgery on my mouth the end of last week, and I'm still recovering. The pandemic has, for the last 18 months, it's presented so many of us with a host of unprecedented challenges. I think that goes without saying. Excuse me. Ellen and I, along with many other state agencies, have been working to respond to those ongoing changes that are impacting our work, the work that we're tasked with doing, both new and old, and how that work is getting performed, and kind of everything in between. So while Ellen and I and ESD had hoped to have had more capacity to dedicate to the efforts of the AV Workforce Subcommittee, workload limitations have, and unfortunately, to a point, are still continuing to impact that capacity. With that being said, though, Ellen and I and ESD are committed to carving out capacity to do a deeper dive into the topics which are the focus of the Workforce Subcommittee. So just to kind of high level those, it's worker safety and worker rights, worker retraining, worker displacement, impacts of automation across various industries, things like that. So the AV Workforce Subcommittee co-chairs, the three of us met back in July of this year and identified some informational needs that could be useful in guiding the work of the subcommittee moving forward. Stacia and I are working to produce some data and information to share both with stakeholders and AV committee members, AV work group committee members in the coming months. And then the co-chairs met again just last month to begin planning for an upcoming stakeholder meeting. So the subcommittee is tentatively scheduling a meeting with stakeholders for October 19th. This will be an opportunity for the co-chairs to provide updates on the efforts of the AV work group as a whole, to gain input from stakeholders on the focus of the subcommittee's efforts and goals, do some level setting, and then identify next steps and timelines for the work of the subcommittee, and to kind of chart out what future meetings will look like, and to hopefully get some frequency built in for when we'll have those meetings. So that's what we have to report now, but hopeful that we will have more in the coming months.
Thank you, Allison. Questions or comments for the Workforce Subcommittee? Okay, and I do apologize. I was scrolling through and I skipped Zach Hutchins. Zach, co-chair of the System Technology and Data Security Subcommittee. Zach, do you have a report?
Just very brief, Jim.
Yes,
So I'm Zach Hudgens, and I'm currently a privacy manager in the State Office of Privacy and Data Protection. I work with Katie Ruckel, who's the state privacy officer, and our new agency director and state CIO, Bill Kehoe, who sits on the executive board with you. So he is new to the agency and new to the executive committee meeting. I'd like to offer 2 points as an update from the System Technology and Data Security Committee. The first is that Katie Ruckel has rotated out of one of the co-chair positions, and I've rotated in. So that's why I'm presenting it to you. And so she helped conduct the last few meetings, and I'll be conducting those in the future. The Office of the State Chief Privacy Officer, the state CIO, the Chief Information Officer, is the lead state agency. And both Katie and I work in the OCIO. And so that's how we got to be the co-chairs. Just as a reminder, the other co-chair of the subcommittee is Michael Schutzler from the WTIA. We're currently coordinating for future meetings around the executive committee's updated priorities. The second little tidbit of information is just a reminder of the work that the subcommittee did around UL 4600. The System Technology and Data Security meeting had a couple of meetings and discussions around that standard for autonomous vehicles. And while there was not a clear consensus or any recommendations that came from those discussions, it was a robust discussion, and it resulted in a few letters being sent to the executive committee meetings. So you may recall seeing letters go from the entities that oppose those standards and from individuals that actually helped to draft those standards going out to the executive committee meeting. And so with those 2 tidbits, I will conclude my update from our subcommittee. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Zach. Questions or comments for Zach in the System Technology and Data Security Subcommittee? Hearing, seeing none. Thank you, everyone. We appreciate the subcommittee updates. We'll go ahead, and we are running late on our lunch, but we'll go ahead and take our lunch. We'll come back at 12:10, folks, 12:10, so 10 more minutes. So I hope to see you all. Please place your computer on mute and turn off your video feed, but stay connected so we can start promptly at 12:10 p.m. Thank you, everyone. The next portion of the meeting, which is the AV industry panel. We have Nick Grief, Senior Manager, Public Policy at Motional, and Manuela Papadal, CEO of Designated Driver. Welcome, both of you.
Hello, Jim. Thank you. Hi, Nick.
Hello. So should I jump in? We'll start with, I think ours is up first, but just want to confirm that.
Sure. Yep.
Cool. Well, I'm Nick Greif, the Senior Manager for Motional, covering basically the western half of the US. On as well, who's got the same name as me, because I think we use the same link, is Sam Wempe, our Director of Government Relations and Public Policy. So I'll share my screen, and then I'll kick it over to Sam to start us off, and then we'll head back to me to talk about a few particular topics. So let me just do that.
Thanks, Nick. And I appreciate everyone for having us on. I just want to say maybe at the outset that along with professional interest in what you are all focused on, it's also personal. Even though I'm based in Boston today, I grew up in Kitsap County. And my whole family is still out there, and I look forward to spending several weeks out there every year. I always feel like being out on the East Coast, the moss behind my ears gets a little dry, so it's time to go back out to the Northwest. All right, so as I think you're going to see in this presentation, Motional brings a unique perspective to the table that reflects where we're going as a commercial autonomous vehicle company, as well as our historic roots in academia. And so with that, we're going to jump right in. So Motional is a autonomous vehicle developer, and we're focused on making driverless vehicles safe, reliable, and accessible reality. I should also say that from a business model perspective, we're working with fleets of autonomous vehicles that operators would deploy. So these are not going to be individually owned autonomous vehicles. If you go to the next slide, please. We'll just talk a little bit about our technical heritage. It's a pretty storied history, so we're just going to focus on a couple key milestones here. The AV industry has its roots in public sector initiatives, namely the DARPA Grand Challenge. This competition brought together teams from leading robotics institutions to see if AVs could navigate a variety of scenarios for the military. We did not end up developing into weapons or tools for the military, but a heck of a lot of folks realized there was really something to this technology after that experience. And the teams that placed first and fourth in the Urban Challenge went on to be part of Motional. As those teams grew and started developing the technology further, they accomplished a number of firsts. We accomplished the first autonomous drive across the country, coast to coast. And then in 2016, we launched the world's first public autonomous vehicle demonstration. That was in Singapore with Grab, which is the ride-hail network in Southeast Asia. This type of activity was then formalized in our partnership with Lyft. It happened in 2018, and we began giving rides to members of the public in Las Vegas on the Lyft network, to anyone who opened up the Lyft application. And that partnership has now grown, and we have given more than 100,000 rides to members of the public. Those are paid rides in Las Vegas, and 98% of folks that take those rides give us a 5-star rating. We were also first to release a public data set for the research community, something that Nick is going to talk a bit more about later. And we also collaborated with researchers and automotive manufacturers to develop the gold standard of how to build safety into the autonomous vehicle development process that manifested in something called the Safety First for Automated Driving white paper. Last year in 2020 was also a big year for us. We took 1.4 billion of investment from Hyundai and thus became a joint venture. It brings together the automotive and safety technology experience of Aptiv, which we were previously part of, with the automotive manufacturing experience of Hyundai. So we're now a 50-50 joint venture between both of those entities. In 2021, we became one of the first companies to test driverless on public roads, and we've since been doing so in Nevada. And we continue to evaluate future markets and expansion opportunities going forward. In terms of our footprint and where we currently are, so our headquarters is in Boston. We also have offices and testing locations in Pittsburgh, Las Vegas, and Santa Monica, and then a satellite office in Silicon Valley. We also have a team out in Singapore and an office there where we test on the roads. And given the Hyundai connection, we now also have an office in Seoul. And the benefits that our teams are working for and that we're really working to unlock is fourfold. So safer roads, more sustainable transportation, increased quality of life, and better access to transportation. The safer roads, as you all have probably heard a number of times, the vast majority of accidents are caused by human error. And we really feel that driverless technology can really reduce these down to nearly zero and save millions of lives. In terms of more sustainable transportation, I'll talk a little bit more about our vehicle platform here in just a moment, but through the efficient and use of electric vehicles, plugged into our transportation system and forming that connective tissue with other forms of public transportation, we feel we can reduce dependency on private car ownership and lead to less pollution and lower emissions. And then in terms of quality of life, I think anyone who's been stuck on the I-5 parking lot can probably attest that there's a ton of time spent commuting. And we think that through autonomous vehicles working more efficiently within that overall public transportation network, that we can lead to less cars and a better utilization of our public right-of-way. And through offering lower cost vehicles that are affordable, accessible, and equitable, we really feel we can bring more access to more folks in the public transportation sphere. Okay, and the platform that is going to get us there, this is our recently announced Ioniq 5 robotaxi. So this is a Hyundai platform. They announced the platform itself earlier this year, so the Ioniq 5. But the model that will have all of the autonomous vehicle sensors and our AV stack will only be available to us and our partners. So it's not something you're going to be able to go to a dealership and just purchase. But nonetheless, we're extremely excited about it. This represents a huge leap forward for autonomous vehicle technology. It's going to come off of the factory floor with all these sensors installed onto it, and is going to be a zero emission vehicle. So we've been working with utility providers in a lot of our different locations to make sure that, hey, it's one thing to charge a dozen vehicles or 24 vehicles. It's a lot more to start charging like 100 of these vehicles. And this is the platform we're going to be commercializing and launching driverless passenger services with in 2023. And with that, thank you very much. And I'll turn it over to my colleague, Nick Greif.
Great, thanks, Sam. So we were trying to think about what we wanted to talk about today in terms of not just introducing the company, which Sam just eloquently did, but covering a few topics that might differentiate Motional a little bit in the space and potentially provide some insights to folks looking at regulation within a market that's still figuring out what the path to commercialization should look like. So one of the topics I want to talk about was what it's like to actually operate a commercial robotaxi fleet, right? Everyone who's working in the AV industry is trying to design safe and effective robotaxis or AVs of all types, but not necessarily everyone's spending a lot of time actually operating a large fleet and the things that you learn when you are operating a fleet that isn't going to have a driver in it. So I want to talk about a few things based on our Las Vegas program. This is one of only 2, as far as I'm aware, robotaxi services commercially operating right now in the United States. I know Annabelle from Waymo has the other. So right now we operate a fleet of vehicles in Las Vegas that have been there for almost 5 years now on the Lyft network. So if you're in Vegas and you're heading from the Aria to Caesars, you pull up the Lyft network, you might be offered one of our vehicles and you'll have the opportunity to say, I'd like to take the driverless car, or I want to have a regular human-driven Lyft sent to me instead. 100,000 plus paid autonomous vehicle rides. 9 out of 10 riders said they would ride again. As Sam mentioned earlier, 98% gave us a 5-star review. But all of that has taught us a lot of lessons along the way. So the first, when you're running a large fleet, which almost all of the companies on the robotaxi sort of half of the AV space are looking at, there's a lot of things you have to figure out in addition to designing good software. Things that we've learned along the way is how valuable strong workforce training and management are. We have a large, robust training program for our fleet operators, but also the crews that work to clean and service the vehicles, working with local utilities on how we're going to get enough power to these sites to actually charge all the vehicles. As Sam mentioned, this is actually one of the bigger challenges that I think is going to face everybody in the industry, and it's important from a regulatory and a government point of view. Because if we aren't able to do that, it will slow down, the adoption of electric vehicles and EV charging. And the other thing that's really beneficial about having an efficient fleet model is that we're actually able to offer already, even on kind of our demonstration legacy platform, more rides per hour than your typical rideshare vehicle driven by a human driver, which means less deadhead mileage, more efficient rides, and be able to offer more rides, which can lower costs for consumers. Other big piece of having this pilot is the ability to get rider feedback. So, we've noticed, as I mentioned, that people give overall positive feedback. But when you drill down into that, as you can imagine from the engineering side, a lot of the interest was, how did you feel about the ride itself? What about the technology? We didn't get a lot of feedback on the technology most of the time, which when you think about it, actually makes a lot of sense. If the technology is working well, it should be one of the most interesting, boring rides you've ever had. And that's mostly what we found. And the feedback we got was around the kinds of things that you would give to a human-driven taxi or rideshare vehicle. Was there enough trunk space? Is the back seat roomy enough? How many people can fit in it? One of the challenges, especially with the federal rules around not removing the steering wheel or pedals, is that you just can't fit as many people in the vehicle as you might want. Those are some of the things that came in as being maybe not as positive feedback, whereas the comfort of the ride came back very positive. And so as this experience became really routine for riders, we really doubled our focus on the rider experience. How do we make this as comfortable and convenient a ride as we can? Because that actually is the main differentiator from people once they get over the initial question of, will this get me from A to B safely and conveniently? One of the other big learnings is how important those local partnerships are with government and business when it comes to the pickup and drop off experience. I think this is another really key area that government regulators, especially city officials, and that's my background for the city of Los Angeles for the past 8 years, need to think about is how do you facilitate the pickup drop off experience? Because unlike in kind of your typical human-driven taxi model or your human-driven rideshare model, we're not going to design our vehicles to constantly violate road rules to pick people up. And that's, I think, what we all probably personally experience when we get picked up by a vehicle today that's driven by a human is that, park in the red, park in a driveway apron, find a fire hydrant, you name it. It gets done, but that's not the future that we want. It's certainly not the future that AVs are going to put forward. And so working with local businesses in Nevada helped us identify 3,600 popular pickup and drop off locations, individual agreements and partnerships with the major hotel properties, as well as collaborative efforts with the state of Nevada and Las Vegas's Innovation District really helped develop that seamless ride. Because that seamless ride is actually the product of a lot of behind the scenes preparation to make that a reality. And having enough pickup drop off locations, short-term parking, those types of things, as we get more and more AVs on the road is probably something that local officials in particular are going to want to think about and address. And then in terms of ensuring a smooth ride, one of the things we learned by having different people in the car, people from all over the world, because Las Vegas is a tourist mecca, in addition to Nevadans and people that live and work locally, is that comfort of the ride is very important. When you're driving a vehicle yourself, things feel different. When the vehicle accelerates, it brakes, you're causing that. And so that has a very different experience from when that's happening to you as a passenger. And that's already true when it's human driven, but it's sometimes even more so when you don't necessarily get the physical cues of a driver in the front seat, making a motion that, you recognize as being on that accelerator brake. And so working to develop those cues inside the vehicle has been a real big focus, not just with the visualization, an example of the 2017 kind of visualization that's up there now, that shows, whoever's riding the car, what's around you, what the car's seeing, what it's thinking about. That really is important to provide comfort. And part of the commercial robotaxi that we'll be launching in 2023 that Sam showed a preview of, it's going to have multiple screens inside, on the back of both of the front seats and in the center dashboard to provide the user, if they want it, really clear visualizations of what the vehicle is doing, where it's going, what it's seeing, to provide that comfort. In addition to a lot of data that we've done and research around the actual experience of being in the vehicle in terms of how fast the vehicle accelerates or decelerates, how much space it gives to other road users on either side, how it handles more narrow roadways. All of those are key focuses for us. And then quickly, this is what the robotaxi passenger journey looks like. Some of it very similar to the regular taxi journey, some of it a little bit different. So, starts the same place. You're motivated to go somewhere. You request a ride using a booking app. But at that point, it changes. IDing a car is going to, might be a little different. There's not necessarily going to be a driver that calls you and says, hey, where are you currently? Are you around the corner? So there's a really a lot of work that's being done to help the vehicle be ID'd by the passenger. And that could be lights on the exterior of the vehicle, sounds that the vehicle might emit or that the passenger could make it emit in terms of having the horn honk or just having other sort of ambient sounds be created. And then as the passenger approaches the vehicle, they're able to unlock the vehicle and open the doors from the app or the trunk. And then once you're in the vehicle, there's that same process that you would have with a human driver of checking in and saying, hey, are you ready to go? There's automated safety checks to ensure that the passenger is wearing their seatbelt. But then the passenger, needs to start that ride themselves. The vehicle is not going to go until the passenger's indicated it's ready. They're ready. And so that has been interesting in terms of some of our research is that you really got to make it clear to somebody that they have to do something to start the ride. Otherwise, people may just sit there and wait. And so having that be very clear on the heads-up display is key. A convenience that I think is going to be very nice for passengers. I don't know about you, but for me, when I'm riding in a ride share, I'm not always that comfortable asking for the temperature to be changed to the radio. That all will be something you can do for the heads-up display or the app very easily, as well as contacting remote support in case there's any questions that you might have. And then as you leave the vehicle, that same ability to both remotely through the app or through the heads-up human machine interface display, open the trunk or detecting lost items. So these are just some of the things that we're thinking about and might be interesting to regulators as you're thinking about the environment in Washington. The other quickly piece I want to talk about was industry collaboration and safety. Everybody in the industry is obviously working to develop an incredibly safe vehicle. The primary goal is to reduce crashes and traffic violence. But we have taken a few extra steps that we think are helping to make that happen a little bit faster. And we're excited about what that's kind of done within the industry in terms of fostering collaboration. So for Motional, we've worked with a number of other AV companies and car makers. You can kind of see their logos on the bottom left of that Safety First for Automated Driving document to publish what became an adopted ISO technical report white paper about how to develop and design the validation process. The validation process is what we do internally to determine, is this software stack, is this latest iteration of what we've designed safe to operate on public roads. Publish that publicly. It's out there, and most, if not all, of the AV companies have really leaned into that. We, of course, have published our own voluntary safety self-assessment, like many of our peers. And we've taken a very kind of slow and steady approach to development to make sure that our vehicle is not going to be in at-fault accidents, if at all possible. So far, that hasn't happened. We've had 0 at-fault accidents. We intend to keep that track record. The other thing that we did is that when we were going driverless for the first time, so we're one of the few companies that has operated a fully driverless vehicle on public roads. We did that with the Pacifica on the right that you can see in the state of Nevada. We took a rigorous internal validation process, all the work that you do to determine if your vehicle is safe. We actually looked to an outside group as well, a third-party engineering firm called TÜV Süd, who did an independent 18-month-long safety audit before signing off and determining that within the ODD, our vehicle was safe to operate driverlessly, which was very exciting. The other two things we've done is try to increase the research information that's available for research groups, academics, as well as other AV firms. Our company, as Sam mentioned, comes out of 2 startups that came out of MIT and Carnegie Mellon. We're developed by robotics researchers, right? This isn't an institution that came out of venture funding or anything of that kind. It came out of research and professors, really. And so that's always been a strong theme within the company. We took that to a new level back in 2019 when we published New Scenes. New Scenes was a first of its kind public annotated data set containing 1.4 million high quality images and 400,000 LiDAR sweeps. For those that aren't intimately familiar with how machine learning works, which includes me, their data sets are critical for machine learning. And so by publishing this, not only has it been referenced in over 600 academic papers so far, but it really set off a sharing culture within the industry, helping a number of other companies then also release data sets. That means that each of us increased the amount of data sets that we were able to run through our models, in addition to the researchers that help continue to push the AV industry forward. But for each of us, for Motional and our competitors, it helped us all move forward quicker and more safely. And that was a key for Motional and for Motional's leadership. And right now we're working to do the same thing with New Plan. So New Scenes is about perception. So there's basically the perception, planning, and controls. So on the perception side, New Scenes is helping move that forward. We're now working on publishing a data set called New Plan. That'll be the world's first benchmark for autonomous vehicle planning, what we kind of think of as the final frontier in this area. So this makes the numbers in the last one seem small. 500 million images and 100 million LiDAR scans. It'll be a large data set and toolkit for measuring the performance of planning techniques, basically a virtual driving test. And all of that still just goes back to the commitment of the company to move research forward overall, because as Sam mentioned on kind of the first section about the benefits of AVs, for Sam and I, we're both, on the government side, the public policy side. I joined Motional after 8 years in city government. For me, the goal of all of this is to reduce traffic violence on our roads, reduce the need for parking in personal vehicles, which drops vehicles miles traveled, creates more livable cities with lower housing costs because you don't have to build a $50,000 space for every unit that we zone for. All of that is what excites me, and the work that Motional is doing to put these data sets out there to help move the whole industry forward is what's going to get us there more quickly. So that was just a couple of the things that we wanted to touch on today that we thought might be interesting to this group as we introduce ourselves as a company to the Washington Task Force. Both of our emails, Sam's and my own, are up here if anyone wants to reach out to us at any time. And of course, we're available just for questions and anything that comes up.
Thank you, Nick. Appreciate it. And Sam, we appreciate your presentations. We do have a question from Representative Shelley Klobuch.
Thank you, Jim. So this is very interesting to me, and I'm curious about how did you know that your vehicle was ready to move from your operations with a driver to your operations without a human driver? Like, how did you know the vehicle was ready, the technology was ready? How do you, were there certain benchmarks, criteria? What did that look like for you? Because it's certainly a jump in risk.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a great question. I appreciate it. That was why we took such extraordinary steps before going driverless for the first time. There's the internal validation process, and as a follow-up, I'd be happy to get folks from our safety team on that could really dive into that at a technical level that I won't be able to reach personally. But the validation process internally runs from massive amounts of the simulated environment to closed course testing to thousands, hundreds of thousands, or millions of miles of on-road testing to validate that technology. But then once we felt comfortable there, we then brought in SUD to do the same and bring that third-party external validator, because obviously we want our technology to succeed. That's, there's always that internal bias of wanting success. The third party doesn't have that same incentive. And so that for us was a really important milestone to go driverless for the first time.
Thank you, Nick.
Can I do
Bryce,
a follow-up?
you have your hand up. Oh, I'll give you a follow-up right after Bryce.
Thank you.
No, have the representative go. She's definitely more important than I am.
No, well, I think Bryce is being kind to not acknowledge the fact that if I don't ask you right now, I'm going to forget. So I appreciate your grace there, Bryce. So I'm interested in this notion of a third-party external validator. I think that's a really smart move for the reason you stated. But are there companies who are generally specializing in that? Did you have who was the specific entity that you used in that function?
So we used a company called SUD. I don't know, Sam, if you want to touch on this because you've got a little bit more background and history than I do.
Yeah, so it's a German company, and so it probably doesn't surprise you that it's an acronym. So TÜV-SÜD is an acronym for a German name that's like 16 lines long. But essentially, it's a external safety assessor, and they work in automotive as well as in a number of other fields related to engineering. So their background, the team we worked in, their background was in vehicle automotive technology. And so they certainly had the engineering background to be able to come in and look at not just the technology itself, but the safety processes that we said we're following. So they came in and made, looked at meeting notes, looked at documentation, and made sure, okay, are we actually following all the processes that we said we are? And they gave us that clean bill of health and said, okay, you said your risk balance is ready to handle a driverless operation, and we agree.
Okay, and one final follow-up. Do you feel like that process that you followed is something that your competitors are also following?
I can't speak for our competitors. I think we have a couple of them that maybe even are on this call. I think one of the unique things about this industry right now, though, is that everyone has their own way of approaching this, and has brought in their own experts that really feel like they're doing it as the best way possible. And so I think that all pushes us all to innovate on safety as well as on the technology itself.
All right, thank you. And thank you, Nick, for putting the link in the chat. And over to you, Bryce. Thanks.
No problem at all. It's all good. I appreciate your questions. So this was pretty fascinating. I'm pretty interested. It was interesting to hear about the taxi service in Las Vegas and how that's working. You guys had said a couple of comments regarding congestion or removing cars from the roadway or speeding up traffic or something along those lines without adding lanes, it sounded like. So I'm just curious from I've been trying to work on this for a while. I'm a planner by my background now. So I've been trying to figure out the geometry behind this. How can we, when a bus holds 40 to 80 people, and we know the size of it, if we're putting 2 to 3 people per car, we still have more vehicles if we're replacing a bus. Like the space is still constrained when we're getting off of a highway into a city, say Seattle or something else. When we talk about that, how are you thinking about it in terms of the geometry? How do we actually get past that without adding lanes and causing, significant disruption to our roadways?
Yeah, that's a terrific question. I think about this a lot. No one's advocating that we get rid of buses.
No, I know you're not. I was just more of a, it was just.
No, of course, no, I
so.
hear you. I think for me, as AVs become an accepted and operational technology, right? They're out there, they've started to scale. We're going to move from a personal vehicle ownership model to a subscription model in a lot of cases, especially for people in cities. Most of us don't love owning a difficult and expensive asset that we have to pay insurance on, we have to deal with maintenance. If we get to that point where people are comfortable subscribing, you no longer have that asset sitting in your driveway that is by definition going to be your first choice to get anywhere. So once you're making a new economic decision every time you're taking a ride, whether that's with an AV or a bus or bike share, each one of those you can price and kind of determine for yourself what makes sense for that trip. That's partially how you move away from just as many single occupancy vehicle miles, but also once you get people comfortable with a subscription model of vehicle usage, I think you'll start to see this shift towards dynamic routing and greater comfort with kind of 6 to 8 to 12 person shuttles that address some of the challenges that exist with a fixed bus network, right? We should never replace that. That's the backbone of our transit service. But there's definitely that convenience in between that is a real tough sell for the folks that say, hey, I'd rather pay for that convenience. Like, where do we find that middle ground? And I think AVs can really address that by bringing the cost down to a level that type of subscription is going to make a lot of sense economically, while encouraging people to say, hey, I'd actually like to be in a vehicle that's got 4, 5, 6, 7 other people in it to take me from wherever you're going to from wherever you are.
Okay, that's helpful. I'm just trying to figure out kind of like where people are envisioning these land in the landscape of cities and stuff. So I appreciate that. And then the final just follow up on that one is, what do we do with these cars at night?
Yeah,
right? I mean, you made a great point. Parking spots in a city are $30,000 to $100,000 a spot, and people who are renting in cities might not own vehicles, so they don't need to spend that money, right? So what do we do? I'm just curious. Again, I could probably email you these, but I'm always curious, where are we putting the cars at the end of the night?
No, it's a great question. Right now we very inefficiently allocate our space for vehicle storage, right? We put it in, conveniently wherever you are, which is often the most expensive parts of the city. It's where we put housing, which is typically a higher order use, right, than say warehouses or rural land for farming. So there's definitely that ability to more efficiently allocate that space. You're putting the vehicles together in a fleet facility. So for example, our fleet facility is just south of the airport in Las Vegas. We can fit a lot of vehicles on site, and that's just in a one-story facility. So I think it's that 3D space that you can put in, less valuable parts of the city that is where they're going to spend, their evenings. But I think it's going to differ in every city. But either way, it's certainly going to be a much more efficient and better allocation of our road space than what we've got now.
Awesome. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Bryce, for the question. Other questions, comments? Representative Kolba.
Yes, thank you again. I was really excited to hear about the data set sharing that you did. And I think you referenced that that's something that has maybe encouraged others to do the similar kind of sharing of their data sets, because obviously that's a key element of really good machine learning is to have a huge data set. So are you aware of other companies like yourself who have done some of this same kind of data sharing?
Yeah, I know that after a few of these collaborations, kind of were published, and some of them were with other companies, right? SafeAD, the safety first for automated driving, was done with a lot of other automakers and AV companies. So I don't want to pretend that Motion was the only one or always the first one. We just believe in it, and I think a lot of other AV companies do too. Certainly for new scenes on the perception side, after we released that data set, I know a number of others were released. I could definitely pull the list from our team that covers that section. But I think it definitely helped to put our toe out there and say, look, this proprietary data that we're now publishing on an open data platform, and that sharing, it's like the classic prisoner's dilemma, sort of problem set. If you ever done a game theory course, when everybody shares, it's better for everybody. But obviously, if one person doesn't, you end up in that bottom right section of the square. And so I think for us, it was like, let's put it out there first, and people were very excited to join in, and vice versa. There were other areas where we weren't the first and somebody else was, and we were happy to share as well. And that culture within the industry has been really, really helpful.
Yeah, and I'll also just add that our CEO, Carl Unyema, before founding and being a part of one of these autonomous vehicle companies, was a roboticist at MIT for a number of years. And he would always complain about how difficult it was to get a hold of good data. And so it's kind of a bit of paying it forward as well. It's like, now that we're in a place where we can provide that data back to other researchers, help the next generation of the world's leading roboticists step into the industry.
Yeah, and I'll point out that Annabelle just put some of the great work that Waymo has been doing and publishing open as well in the chat. Is another example of a great industry leader that's been willing to put a lot of stuff out there for all of us to work with.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Last question for Nick and Sam. Do we have any others? I don't see any. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for your presentation. We appreciate it. If we do get follow-up questions from the committee, we'll make sure that they get emailed to you.
Our pleasure. We were glad to be here. Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much. Okay, now I would ask all the executive committee members to go ahead and turn on your cameras. And we're going to have our member items. So this is an open forum.
So Jim, before we do that, we haven't gotten
Markel,
to
you got a video.
Yeah, we haven't gotten to designated drivers presentation for the AV industry panel yet.
Oh, Manuela, I'm so sorry, Manuela. We were moving on without you. Okay.
No worries. This is the second time in the executive meeting. First time was when we were voted on some of the recommendations, but I was gonna let you slide with this.
Thank you so much.
No worries, thank you. Thank you so much. Great presentation, Nick and Sam. I really admire all the work that you're doing in bringing some of the technologies to market safely. I think we all share the goal of building safe, affordable, accessible, and sustainable mobility, and I'm happy to see that. And same for designated driver. A little bit about my background before I'm going to share a video with you and then dive into a presentation. I've worked in automotive industry my entire career. I have started with BMW in Germany, and then Mercedes-Benz, launching a variety of vehicles, as well as seeing technology progress from ADAS to semi-autonomous driving. I've moved to Microsoft, and Brian, we kind of, Miss Lee, we kind of worked together at the same time. I think you were leaving to create INRIX, but I've worked in the automotive industry, automotive business unit at Microsoft launching Ford Sync and Kia Yuvo, Fiat Blue and Me. So seeing infotainment progressing to the vehicle as well. And then went back to Germany to work for a software company called Electrobit and build their global strategy organization. And 3 years ago, I decided that as we progress towards autonomous driving, full autonomy, my passion lies in building software. So I've decided to start Designated Driver with the mission of building software for teleoperations for any situation, any type of vehicle, and any time. So we are headquartered in Portland, Oregon. We have a team of about 10 engineers, also based, their background is in robotics, in automotive, and we really are seeing a great progress in the mobility space, not just from a development standpoint, but on legislation side as well. Until most recently, we only had the ISO 26262 as a certification for automotive grade solutions, but now most recently a new standard for low-speed automated driving, LSAD. It sounds like a drug to me, but ISO 22737 has been created, and I'm really excited for the enablement of not just testing on public roads, but on deploying in commercial businesses, campuses, geofenced areas, these low-speed vehicles. So if you'd be so kind to start the video, it's a demonstration of teleoperation software that we have showcased with one of our customers, Verizon, early this year. And I'll let that video speak about it.
Today we're at M-City, which is a test track at the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor. Today what we're trying to do is test out a teleoperation and telepresence prototype with Designated Driver.
Sensors fail, software breaks. This is where teleoperations is going to help the autonomy system and the vehicles that are equipped with autonomous system to keep moving. We're here at M-City with 2 vehicles, and we're going to demonstrate remote monitoring of the fleet, remote assisting, and remote driving.
So 5G is enabling us to send multiple HD video streams from the car to the mech, and it's also letting us do it in near real time.
Things like audio and video are being displayed on the driver station so that the teleoperator can clearly see what's going on with the vehicle.
I'm connected to this vehicle because I see that the autonomy system experienced a failure. I tell the vehicle that I want to drive it, and I now have control of the vehicle. I switch to drive, and I take it away. Lucas, how does the drive feel so far?
It feels great, really smooth, like you're taking off there. Everything's looking great, doing great on this end.
What we're pioneering today is fleet control, being able to manage multiple vehicles at the same time, all over 5G and MEC.
So both vehicles are stopped. It looks like the path is clear for the gem, so I'm going to go ahead and release it so it can proceed along its way. The state switches to autonomous driving as the autonomy system takes over, indicating to me that I can focus on this other vehicle, the MKZ, which also needs my attention. So I connect to the vehicle. We can see, it appears to be at an obstacle. So because the autonomy system can't handle this situation, I'm going to go ahead and take control of the vehicle. I've switched the vehicle into drive, and I have control.
Using 5G to control all of this stuff allows us to demonstrate that, not everything needs to be on the car. You don't need to have really expensive computers on the car. You just need good sensors. You need a good camera or a good LiDAR. As long as you have a good and reliable connection like Verizon 5G, you are able to do all of the complicated processing that's involved to make these devices usable and useful in the real world. This same technology can also apply to more than just cars. It can be implemented in warehouses with different robots, home robotics as well, or just other devices which require someone to come in and take control if something goes wrong.
We have to keep the human in the loop in order to continue the advancement of these technologies. This is where teleoperations, with the help of 5G and Verizon's MEC, are going to enable autonomy, come to market faster, and safer.
Thank you. And I think what a great segue for the presentation, Markel, if you would be so kind to start, because what I'm going to talk about is debunking myths about teleoperations. So you've seen an example of one of our customers, and we work with car makers, we work with tier 1 suppliers, we've integrated with their ADAS platform, we work with technology providers, but this was one example with Verizon that we've showcased. So let's debunk some myths about teleops. Next slide, please. This is one of my favorite, that teleoperations is remote driving. So there's a person that sits behind a driver station, behind a steering wheel at a driver station somewhere far, and that person can maneuver a vehicle. Well, there's not much business model out there one-to-one. And in fact, the technology of teleoperations is more than just remote driving. Next slide, please. Teleoperation, in fact, is monitoring a fleet, integrating with the fleet management solution. It's remote assistance. It's sending waypoints to the vehicle if the autonomy system has failed or needs support. And it pings the teleoperator, and that teleoperator can send a path to the autonomy system to follow. And in this case, in the remote assistance case, autonomy maintains full control. And I'd like to call out Waymo. We love calling out Waymo. Annabelle, you're here in this meeting, and I think I've said your name more than anyone else's. Congratulations on kind of pioneering this remote assistance and telling the world about the benefits of teleoperations being assisting a fleet of vehicles. And then ultimately there's remote driving. And this is where a teleoperator takes full control, connects to the CAN bus and controls a vehicle, right? So teleoperations means monitor, assist, and drive. Next myth. This is another one of my favorite, that autonomous systems don't need teleoperations, right? If you have autonomy system in your vehicle, you don't need teleops. Well, I think you've seen also from the video that sensors fail. Autonomous systems are still in development, and there's companies that have more advanced autonomy. Others are just starting and or are in a different place of their development. So they do need that human support, whether it's to monitor the fleet, whether it's to assist it, sending waypoints to follow, or whether it's simply driving. And through all of these processes, autonomy system is learning, and the role of the teleoperator is also to train the autonomy and help autonomy get better and better. So there's a lot of examples where we work with shuttle companies that have autonomy. Some of them don't even have steering wheels, and the autonomy system comes to an intersection and it stops. It doesn't recognize a sign. And that's when a teleoperator and teleoperations can help that vehicle proceed through the intersection. So teleoperations, if we move to the next slide, is the safety net of the autonomy, right? And we fundamentally believe that there's going to be the path, and as designated driver, our tagline is the safety net of autonomy, teleoperations for any vehicle, any situation. We fundamentally believe that through solid software like teleoperations, autonomy system can become better and better. Let's move to myth number 3. Low latency is critical for teleoperations. I hear this over and over again. And let's move to the next slide and debunk that myth. The fact is that, yes, low latency is absolutely critical for remote driving. Monitoring and assisting, not so much. Drivers make split decisions, and so will fully autonomous vehicles, right? You've heard from Motional, you've also seen Waymo and other technology providers and mobility providers starting to deploy their vehicles because the autonomy system is perfecting, is getting better and better. For that, in case the autonomy system breaks and you need to have that remote a driver take over, you need to have the lowest latency possible. And we have drove and tested our vehicles, deployed our vehicles in Europe and in US. Actually, we were the first company to drive, remotely drive transatlantic. The teleoperator was in our office in Portland, and the vehicle was in UK at Goodwood Festival of Speed. And we were able to drive it at under 220 milliseconds was the latency to drive it up the hill at 65 miles an hour. Now, that's not what teleoperations for. It's not for driving at high speed, but we wanted to test the boundaries, right? We wanted to test the technology and see how much can we push. So teleoperations provide the critical layer of safety, and you need that low latency when you're performing remote driving. I think the next myth talks about, it ties to the previous one, in that another myth is 5G is a must for teleoperations. And I hear this, that 4G is not enough, you need higher bandwidth, you need lower latency. And if we can move to the next slide, we can debunk that myth. The fact is 5G will unleash new opportunities, not just for teleoperations, but for autonomy. If we could move to the next slide, please. So it will add robust layers of reliability and responsiveness for more complex situations, especially in private network environments. So the reason I'm really excited to be part and the co-chair of the safety subcommittee is because we have the opportunity to make a difference in how we are bringing these mobility technologies, not just on public roads, but in warehouses, yard automation, airports, ports of Seattle. So looking at trucking, warehouses, as well as people mover, it's going to be critical. So for that, we need private network environments. That's where 5G will unleash opportunities and potential to operate 100 times faster than 4G, enabling even more complex and data-heavy services. Faster over-the-air update for new functionalities. That's also something very exciting. If we can move to the next slide, please. All right, I love this one. Well, teleoperations is just for robo-taxis and shuttles, right? I hear this a lot, also from some companies that are just starting to look at autonomy and teleoperations in other industries, like agriculture or mining. We actually work with a customer in California that's building smart solar farming, and they're automizing solar farming. So that it's very important to build the autonomy technology that will help build these massive solar farms, but also to maintain them. And how do you do that? You can also do that with teleoperations. So next slide will debunk that myth that actually teleoperations brings vehicle to any vehicle and any situation, right? We've seen during COVID how the robot delivery market has accelerated, while the robo-taxis have slowed down. We've also seen packages and food delivery, distribution of supplies in some environments that you can't send a human, like wildfires or quite important medical institutions and other locations. So the general concept of teleoperations is applicable to a wide variety of vehicles, from shuttles to robo-taxis, to sidewalk passengers or agriculture and warehouse robots. So a designated driver, we're building this software platform that's modular and adaptable to all of these types of vehicles and situations.
Hi, Manuela, we're going to have to wrap it up quickly if you can. I apologize, but we have Dr. Cliff from the NHTSA, and he's on a time schedule. So if you could, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. My last myth is that if you master racing video games, you can be a teleoperator. I hear this over and over again. And I would encourage everyone that's building also teleoperation solutions to not promote that, please, because nothing could be further from the truth. Teleoperators are not gamers having fun. Again, Driving is a complex task and requires a variety of skills like physical, cognitive behavior, and sensory perception ability. So let's make sure that we're making sure that teleoperators or people that are building autonomy system are educated people that are working in complex environments. And the last slide has my information, our website. You can read about designated driver. I'm not interested in making a pitch about the company, but just debunk these myths. You can find me on LinkedIn, and I'm excited to continue to be part of the meetings with the AV group. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Manuela. We appreciate your presentation today. And if we do get any questions, we'll make sure that we email them to you.
Appreciate it.
Now, I have the distinct honor and privilege of introducing our next item, which is the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration's National AV Update. And we are joined by Dr. Stephen Cliff, the Acting Administrator for NHTSA. Dr. Cliff, welcome to the AV Work Group Executive Committee.
Thanks very much, Jim. And I enjoyed the last presentation. I liked the little robot. I thought that was kind of cool. It reminded me that I don't know how to dance at all, and especially can't do that robot move. So that was kind of cool to see. I really appreciate the invitation, and I know you've had a busy day of lots of information, and so I very much appreciate you taking up this topic and listening to NHTSA. It's clearly a very exciting time for all of us in transportation, and in no small part to the challenges and opportunities that are involved in the eventual safe, equitable, clean, and accessible deployment of mature, fully automated vehicles. Advancing safety is our top priority, of course, at NHTSA within the Department of Transportation, and is something that Secretary Buttigieg and I care deeply about. I say this a lot, but safety is literally in our middle name at NHTSA, and we've been committed to it for more than 50 years. It's true across all of the modes at DOT, but it feels most urgent on our nation's roadways. Traffic fatalities make up 95% of all transportation-related deaths in the country, and that's simply unacceptable. So we know over the next 4 years, we're going to be committed to improving safety for all road users, not just drivers and passengers, but pedestrians, cyclists, children, older Americans, people with disabilities, by taking a safe system approach. NHTSA is actively engaged in this major evolution in the culture of safety. The safe system approach is people-focused, meaning that infrastructure serves the needs of its users, not the other way around. A safe system approach incorporates the 5 E's: equity, engineering, education, enforcement, and emergency medical services. We must ensure everyone is working to make our transportation system safe for all of its users. From manufacturers to community and advocacy organizations, to public safety officials and transportation experts like you, policymakers and first responders, everyone has a role to play. And of course, we will not forget the voices of those who use the roads, including those in communities of color, underrepresented communities, and people with disabilities. NHTSA's work is fully integrated into all aspects of the safe system approach. Our work touches on vehicles, on technology, on human behaviors, and on human interaction with that technology. Where I see tremendous opportunity to integrate our approach from the beginning is the realm of automated driving systems, or ADS, that subject which you're discussing today. We all recognize that ADS are still mostly in the testing and development stages and restricted to operations in more simplified domains. I do believe cautious and responsible progress is the right tempo for their development. We collectively have so much to learn. At maturity, though, ADS technologies may offer transformative opportunities for societies. We don't know yet, but we're optimistic about the ultimate impacts of widely deployed mature systems on safety. We're hopeful that potential labor impacts on commercial drivers can be offset by new job opportunities, particularly in the emergency mobility as a service field and in robotics and related support systems. ADS technologies can potentially improve equity, air pollution, accessibility, and reduce traffic congestion. In those areas where we have concerns, we must build possible solutions now. For example, we need to address privacy concerns in areas such as mobility as a service, where companies will have the ability to track the movement of people via their payment and onboarding and offboarding processes. And of course, protections will need to be built in to improve cybersecurity and the information gathered by camera monitoring and location information and similar data. As ADS development continues, we encourage everyone in this space to consider how these vehicles can expand mobility for seniors, people with disabilities, and underserved communities. These vehicles can one day serve people who are not able to drive themselves or who have been reliant on sparse bus networks. Individuals who would be able to enjoy independence through this technology have the ability to go to grocery stores, visit friends, or go to a restaurant without relying on family or others for a ride. However, these vehicles need to be designed with the needs of many different users in mind. And that includes protections and user interfaces that meet the needs of people in all sizes, genders, ages, and mobilities. Equity can't be an afterthought. It needs to be considered and addressed throughout the process. The policy decisions we make today, the policy decisions you make today, as well as the priorities we all set, can positively influence the safe development of these technologies and achieve our vision of a safe transportation system for all. As we watch ADS develop, and as we watch advanced driver assistance systems be deployed in the fleet today, we understand that our enforcement, research, and rulemaking activities need to be well informed to improve safety. In other words, we need to tap into more data. Technology in our cars, trucks, and SUVs is even more advanced than ever. Advanced driver assistance system features have the potential to help promote safety by helping drivers avoid crashes in the first place and reduce the severity of crashes that do happen. However, we know these technologies can be potentially dangerous if drivers don't understand how to use them, or worse, choose to misuse or abuse them. And we know that none of the technologies on the market can replace an active, alert driver because there are no self-driving cars available for purchase today to the public. So this summer, NHTSA exercised its authority by issuing a standing general order requiring crash and incident reporting for vehicles equipped with automated driving systems or those equipped with level 2 advanced driver assistance system. For those of you wondering, yes, the order applies to prototype systems that are being tested on public roads as well. This standing general order will give NHTSA additional data on crashes involving ADS or level 2 ADAS equipped vehicles. Vehicles and equipment manufacturers and operators are required to submit crash reports where these technologies were engaged and used prior to the crash. That will help improve safety and transparency by providing us with critical and timely safety data that will also be made available to the public. And this will help our investigators quickly identify defect trends that could emerge from these automated systems. NHTSA has a broad array of tools to advance vehicle safety, and our work is driven by data. We base all of our decisions on facts, research, and thorough analysis. I cannot say enough about NHTSA's world-class researchers. Some of their most interesting research is on test tools and methods to assess ADS safety. That includes everyday driving performance, crash imminent situations, and emerging software performance challenges. We're researching occupant protection during crashes as well as crash compatibility between vehicle types. We're also looking at human factors, specifically the interface between machine and vehicle occupants and operators. We're looking too at the external interaction between machine and vehicles, pedestrians, bicyclists, and other vulnerable road users. Another pillar of our work is our rulemaking. Our Spring Unified Agenda, which is available online, details our ongoing rulemakings. Some of our regulatory activities include addressing federal motor vehicle safety standard compliance demonstration challenges when manual driving controls may be removed, addressing FMVSS application where there's no driver side per se, how required telltales in vehicles may be applicable if drivers become passengers, and assessing the ADS safety performance itself. Everything we do at NHTSA is focused on ensuring the safety of the American public on our roads, no matter how they travel. It's a responsibility that we take seriously and one that I know you do as well. This is a time of great change, but one that has the potential to revolutionize the way we live and travel. The industry is moving towards more automation, but that should come with the promise of improved safety and better environmental practices. It should also come with the promise to address inequities and racial disparities that have been perpetuated for generations. We all have the responsibility to get this right, not just the design of ADS, not just its regulation, but the manner by which the mature technology fully serves our society. So thank you very much. I really appreciate the opportunity to join you today and look forward to some questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cliff. We have some prepared questions for you, so I'll go ahead and read the first one. Do you see the US DOT establishing a national vision and instituting a stronger regulatory posture for AVs in America?
I think the way that we're approaching this is really to allow innovation to occur, but to make sure that we're understanding the potential safety impacts of this new technology. Many people don't realize that NHTSA actually doesn't certify vehicles for operation. So our responsibility is to continue to evaluate technology as manufacturers and operators continue to innovate. And many of the local jurisdictions then are responsible for permitting or allowing these vehicles to be on the road. In the case of the automated driving systems that I discussed, we're focused on those features that I mentioned. Obviously, the safety, the protection of occupants, and ensuring the safety of vulnerable road users or those that aren't vehicle occupants, and how they can actually improve safety or ultimately benefit society. So we're also interested in other things such as accessibility or advancing equity principles. I think what's important to think about for all of you who are thinking about these decisions is, what are the challenges that you're facing today? And then how would these systems advance or make good on some of the promises that your stakeholders are important to your stakeholders, and then advance the technology and kind of grow it in a way that helps improve on those considerations. So that's really how we're thinking about it. We have put out several documents in the past, and we're of course still committed to all of that work. And we'll be doing more rulemakings as appropriate to address the specific safety considerations or to advance safety as we see the data and the research tell us that we need to improve.
Thank you, Dr. Cliff. On the same note, and you kind of answered a little of this in your presentation, what are the key research priorities for US DOT in the cab space over the next few years?
Yeah, we're looking at crash protection. We're looking at cybersecurity issues. We're looking at crash avoidance and crash worthiness as two aspects of the technology. We're also trying to understand via the data that we're receiving through our standing general order, our special crash investigation work, or other information requests to manufacturers and operators, exactly what sorts of issues are arising, and to the extent that we can find that there are defects, doing more research on that. In some cases, this may involve some very basic research looking into the technologies. And in other cases, we're actually doing work at our laboratory and advancing the vehicle technology in that space to understand more about, say, crash dynamics or how to avoid crashes. We're also doing a lot of behavioral work to understand, as I mentioned in my speaking remarks, that we want to understand that interface between human and machine. This is maybe less apt in the case of automated driving systems, but in the case of advanced driver assistance, where you have a human that is supposed to be engaged in the driving task, you want to make sure that you kind of understand what those considerations are. And as you increase the level of automation, how do you maintain the engagement of the driver, in this case, the human driver, to ensure that safety is still first and foremost. So those are the types of research topics that we're taking up now.
Thank you, sir. In Washington State, we've been wrestling with how best to attract more testing and eventual AV deployment in our state. What advice or suggestions would you offer?
I think for us, we're very much, as I've continued to say, interested in the safety of these technologies. And I think for Washington State, what I offered there at the beginning was really look at what are the problems you're trying to solve in transportation. We know that transportation is responsible for the vast share of climate-related emissions. So that's an issue that maybe can be addressed, thinking about how you can advance technology in a way that ultimately reduces your impact on the environment, or that transportation will reduce its impact on the environment. Is accessibility an issue that you're concerned about? If so, how would automated driving systems advance accessibility? How do they help get populations that otherwise don't have access to destinations like healthcare or jobs, childcare, or just recreational opportunities? Where can ADS help advance that? And then to the extent that there are kind of other issues that you're thinking about, transportation infrastructure, how do these advanced driving systems help address those concerns? Once you've kind of identified those and thought about that, that's naturally going to attract solutions by technology providers and those in this space to help address the issues that you've identified. And that will help you, I think, best advance an interest in this and show the technology providers that Washington State has specific solutions that you think they can help address.
Thank you, sir. Does NHTSA intend to update or build upon AV 4.0?
Yeah, I get that question a lot. It's a great question. I guess first and foremost, it's probably helpful to state at the outset that when we think about like software versions, we always think that like 2.0 is better than 1.0 and 3.0 is better than 2.0 and so forth. The naming scheme here is, I just don't want people to be misled by that. So really we have several different forms of these. So that the 2.0 was really this NHTSA-led effort that specifically addresses automated driving system safety. The AV 3.0 was really looking more multimodal throughout US DOT. And then 4.0 was looking at the landscape from a whole of government approach. So I can't say that we'll necessarily stick with that same naming scheme, but we are thinking broadly about the areas that we need to continue to address. And if there are gaps in these current type of reports that we put out, that we're addressing those. I think that to address most of the gaps at this point, we just need better data. And that's part of what our research and our information collection programs are all about. And the standing general order that I mentioned is just one of those areas where we can get more information and then build upon our learning so that we can help identify where there are existing gaps and then help fill those holes with new policies as necessary.
Okay. Thank you, sir. There's a lot of confusion when it comes to driverless, self-driving, autonomous terms, and the SAE levels of automation. The US DOT often talks about ADAS and ADS as the two primary approaches to automation. Do you believe there is a simpler way to describe it for the general public?
Yeah, it is. In some respects, I think a little unfortunate that the letters are all very similar and can lead to quite a mouthful of acronyms. But we have adopted the SAE level driving, the levels of automation, levels of driving automation as our key to thinking about these technologies. And generally speaking, we think about the automated driving systems as those that don't require a human driver for much of the driving task. And so that's the level 3, 4, and 5 autonomy. And then advanced driver assistance as those that are kind of level 0, 1, and 2. The best of the advanced driver assistance type systems may start to blur the line between that which requires a human driver and that which is sort of fully autonomous. But I think we, generally speaking, try to make the break there between level 2 and 3 autonomy when we're talking about these systems. And I think it's important to do so because the difference really is who is sort of responsible for the driving task, and there's shared responsibility in all of these areas. But as you get to higher levels of automation, there's a greater reliance on the machine itself, and lower levels of automation. Some things are simply just automatic to help address some of the sort of challenges with human drivers, such as automatic emergency braking or the other types of technology to help you keep the vehicle in the lane, or those types of things. More important than the specific definitions or how we bring forth all these acronyms and describe them is just to be clear and consistent with the discussion. And we at NHTSA we try to be very clear about separating out the difference between ADAS, the advanced driver assistance, and those things that are fully autonomous. And even if you look at our standing general order as an example, the standing general order actually has different requirements there because we have separated those out. It's one standing general order, but we've tried to separate those out and have different requirements for the different technology types.
And lastly, Doctor, I have a policy question. In 2016, the Obama administration proposed a rulemaking, Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Standard 150, that would mandate connected vehicle communications. But in 2017, the Trump administration put it on the back burner. Do you see the Biden administration resurrecting that proposed rulemaking and updating it with current technology trends?
Yeah, great question. I will say that particular rule still is on the long-term agenda. If you look at the spring agenda, it shows it's out there long-term. A lot has changed in the last several years in terms of the spectrum that's available for communications. And there's still a lot of ongoing work there. I think what's important is to recognize that there are some significant advantages to vehicle communications, and we want to leverage those potential advantages. But we understand that there's just new work that needs to be done, and it's important to understand that vehicle-to-vehicle communication is not necessarily required for technology to continue to advance. So let technology advance, but at the same time, continue to do research and better understand, given the landscape today and the policy on the communication spectrum, what we can actually continue to do with vehicle-to-vehicle communication. So any rulemaking would have to take into consideration all of those new things.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Doctor. We appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedules today to come and speak with us. Did you have any closing remarks, anything that you wanted to say?
I just really want to say how much I appreciate you taking the time and taking up this really important topic. It's good to see lots of friendly faces on here, and colleagues that I know. I can at least see the names that pop up, even if I don't see their faces on screen. But just want to say hi to those folks as well, and really wish you luck as you continue to tackle this. We very much appreciate the fact that you've brought together. I see Kurt and I see Ariel. This is great. So friendly faces. As you continue to tackle these topics, I think the fact that you brought together a really important group to discuss all of these issues, and that you're in that information gathering, and you can have a really vibrant discussion between policymakers and legislators and those who are actually operators of the roadway and those who are responsible for safety on the highways. That's just such a great discussion, and I'm really pleased to see that you've been able to pull a group like this together. So thank you for doing that.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. We'll go ahead and move on. And actually, we're going to go back in time because I know Ariel has been chomping at the bit to get to the executive committee member items. So Ariel, you have the floor. We'll go ahead and start it out with you. And I'd ask all the committee members to turn on your cameras so that we can move into the exec committee member items discussion.
Thanks so much. Really appreciate it. And just let me say at the outset, really appreciate all the work that was done. Rima and others for having the acting administrator on from NHTSA. What a tremendous opportunity for all of us to learn from what's going on at the federal level. So thanks for that, for working that into the agenda. I want to actually touch on quickly, if it's okay, beg the indulgence of the other members to go back. Actually, it was going to go back to the AV use cases in the early presentation, but it turns out Dr. Cliff referenced it. And I think it's important to bring up, that's the AV ADAS distinction. The only thing I want to really touch on, because we did have a good back and forth then, is that I do think that the reason why it's so important that we're careful about injecting ADAS discussions into an AV work group is because it's a safety issue. What do I mean by that? When consumers, we'll call them consumers, I suppose, or the public doesn't understand that AV technology, or sorry, ADAS technology, driver assistance technology, is not AV, then you see actual life and death situations like that's been creeping up with Tesla. And I'm picking on one company. I think ADAS issues are replete, but that's something I know Dr. Cliff probably could not mention ongoing investigation into Tesla, but at least part of it is the result of the confusion, and it's a safety issue. And then the thing about that is that vice versa, the general public, if they associate ADAS technology as being AV, it will drive down consumer acceptance of AV technology, which we're trying to deploy under the legislation and charter. So that's kind of the main point. I really think it's a critical safety issue to make sure that we don't inject that in. And it's not to say we don't talk about it, but as Dr. Cliff said himself, they're treated separately in the SGO, and we should be mindful of how it's described in however we approach it. And then maybe just one additional point, and I'll love to hear any other comments. It's emanating from that, which is one thing that it does cause me a little bit of concern is as we head into it, after tremendous work by this body and the subcommittees, I think a lot has been done. We should be mindful not to essentially be in search of a mission. In a sense, there's ADAS technology, there's platooning, there's other types of topics that are out there, personal delivery devices. All of these are important, very important transportation topics, but they're not AV topics. And that's what representing a good portion of the AV industry. I think the concern there is, we want to make sure we keep those topics separate. If there may be forums for those other technologies to be discussed and address all these things. That's just the kind of the concern going forward. And I wanted to just voice it and really appreciate all of the feedback and input and pushback wherever it is. But again, thanks for the opportunity to convey this at this point, and love to hear some reactions.
Thank you, Ariel. Questions, comments on what Ariel had to say? Anyone? Yes, Kurt.
Good afternoon, everyone. As speaking from the automaker perspective, and I do represent every automaker who sells vehicles in the United States, with the exception of Tesla. I do want to echo the comments that Ariel made about the conflation of ADAS and AVs and all that. All of our companies share those exact concerns that it's problematic. And I was, again, very glad to hear my former Sacramentan colleague, Dr. Cliff, say that as well. And just wanted to echo that. And I also would say that this is a terrific group, but like many government entities, they seem to kind of live on beyond the scope. And I think to a mission, keeping it within our mission is an important thing to consider. And I'm not suggesting that that's happening, but it is something to be, for us all to be mindful of.
Thank you, Kurt. Appreciate your comments. So, yes, Bo.
Yeah, I appreciate that discussion. And I was just curious if folks feel like from the regulatory side, we helped address that with the bill from the earlier this legislative session that defined AVs that level in 4 and 5. Because certainly we get a lot of questions just from the press and whatnot about any time there's something with autopilot that happens and how that factors into all the AV work. But do we feel like that in terms of the self-certification process, is that clear from the industry's perspective about the difference, or are there still problems there based on how it's currently defined?
Good question. Anyone want to field it?
Happy to try and take a stab there. Oh, let me make sure I understand. You're talking about the legislation in Washington. I think that was very helpful. The issues that both Kurt and I think are referencing is really at a broader level, right? So there are things that can be done at the legislative side and even the regulatory side, but you know, a work group like this, diving into a big ADAS topic that could essentially undermine the otherwise very positive legislative and regulatory accomplishment of keeping those technologies separate, and unwittingly so. I mean, look, you know, some working, we look at stuff across the country, and you know, you call them CAB working groups, connected and automated vehicles. That connected means you talk about spectrum and platooning and things like that. So all these issues are all related in some respect, but you know, we just think that this work group, and as its mandate is to be confined to that, that's the reason. But yeah, I think that it was a positive development, and we always support having that in you know, codified or promulgated in whatever fashion.
Yeah, because my sense of it is that, you know, by having it level 4 and 5, we tried as much as possible make it clear that this is where the focus is going to be for self-certification. We're not worried about all this, you know, a lot of existing technology, right? We're all driving around in it, different levels of that. And so my sense is that we got it right there, but, you know, obviously it's good to know people feel like we missed the mark in terms of, at least just for Washington State, just for the self-certification program, trying to make that clear distinction.
Thank you. Representative Koba.
Thank you. So just a quick item, and I think it sort of segues directly from what Bo was mentioning there. I am working on a follow-up bill to the 2020 House Bill 2676 that established the minimum regulations requirements for AV testing, and then the bill last session that kind of delayed a few of the implementation deadlines so that we could have a little more time to work on it. So I'm starting to really try to get my ducks in a row for that bill. So would welcome any opportunities to have conversations with any of the folks here on the call. And I will put my LAs and my emails in the chat so that we can connect. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative. Other questions, comments? This is a member open forum, so any item that you have can bring forward. I'm not seeing anything. So I understood, Representative Kloba, that you had questions for Manuela Papadal in regards to her presentation. Did you want to go back to that and revisit it?
I think it was mostly just with reference to what I'm starting to call the sidewalk standoff problem with PDDs, where a pedestrian or wheelchair user, stroller pusher, etc., is on the sidewalk. The PDD sees them, recognizes they're supposed to yield, but yield for them often means to just freeze in place, which then the other user leaves the sidewalk, goes into the grass, goes into the street, what have you. Not optimal as far as I'm concerned. But my question was more about just, are they working with any of the companies who utilize the PDDs? Because it seems like their technology, a teleops, would be the perfect solution for those situations. So she was going to respond to me in email,
okay.
But generally speaking, they are not working with those types of applications, but there may be others. So that was all. That was it.
Gotcha. Thank you.
They're generally, if I may comment,
By all means, yes.
generally the sidewalk delivery robots, they're trying to build some flavors of remote driving in-house. So I was commenting that we do work with agriculture companies and robotaxi shuttles like Easy Mile, as well as yard automation, airports, but not so much with the small delivery robots. But definitely something that we could look at in Washington State with regards to assigning space for these devices. But I think that is for a different day, different discussion.
No problem. Thank you. Any other items from the members? If not, I'm going to move on. Okay, seeing none, moving on. The next item is a presentation from a GHSA report, law enforcement, first responder, and crash investigation preparation for automated vehicle technology. And we are hearing from Tammy Trimble, Senior Research Associate, Virginia Tech Transportation Institute. Tammy, are you there?
Yes, thank you very much.
You have the floor. Welcome.
Great. Let me share my screen. Where did the share? Or am I able to share? I don't. Oh, there it is. Sorry. You'd think I would have this by now. Down path. Okay. And if you could just confirm that you're seeing the presentation.
Yes, we can see your presentation.
Great. Well, I really appreciate the opportunity to be here today with you. And I realize it's towards the end of your day. So I appreciate you hanging in there with me. So today I'll be discussing the recent work that we completed for GHSA, looking at curriculum recommendations for law enforcement, first responders, and crash investigators. Okay, so this research built on our previous work as well as some current efforts that we have underway to identify strategies for integrating automated driving system or ADS equipped vehicles into the US fleet without significant disruption to first responder protocols. In doing so, we sought to distill and summarize progress to inform and educate stakeholders on ADS and ADAS related technologies. So the focus of this research was on public safety providers and law enforcement, any entity considered a first responder, and crash scene investigators. We also included administrative personnel as well as the rank and file officers. So the term first responder typically includes frontline or patrol officers who commonly interact with civilian drivers, such as during traffic stops, as well as those who respond to incidents, and also fire and rescue teams and emergency medical services or EMS providers and safety service patrols. So while crash investigators are not typically considered first responders, they must be familiar with the technological concepts and capabilities of crash-involved vehicles to accurately conduct reconstructions and assign liability. Additionally, the crash reporting and citation forms used by law enforcement or investigators must be able to account for ADAS or ADS equipped vehicles involved in a crash so that accurate data are recorded. So this project was conducted in 3 parts. Part 1 included a literature review that introduced ADAS and ADS technologies by describing their most recent and current states and forecasted near-term future deployments and expectancies. In addition, the review document included summaries of recent policies and recommended best practices for public safety providers. And we also looked at crash reconstruction and crash reporting methods and identified opportunities for the inclusion of tracking of rapidly changing technologies within those fields. And we included the relevant portions of the literature review within the document that was published as the final report. For part 2, we had an extensive stakeholder outreach which included discussions with government administrators, first responder and law enforcement organizations, automakers, crash reconstruction organizations, and insurance and safety advocates. These discussions were used to explore and document general training needs for public safety providers, as well as training channels and potential barriers. So by reaching out to a wide range of stakeholders, we feel that we were able to identify the areas where training was most needed. And then the final part of this effort involves synthesizing the key findings from the previous two tasks and formulating a set of curriculum recommendations suitable for outreach and education. So before I get into the what training should be provided, I wanted to start with some curriculum development considerations, beginning with why should training be provided. So according to AAA, on average, every other week, a first responder is killed while working on a roadside across the US. And emerging technologies such as ADAS and ADS-equipped vehicles have the potential to make the roadway safer for all drivers, especially for law enforcement and other public safety providers who spend hours behind the wheel and face increased crash risks when responding to emergency calls. So while they have the potential to make the roadway safer, we know that public safety providers' understanding of how ADAS and ADS-equipped vehicles currently do and will operate and respond in situations is limited. So many safety providers are working in areas with limited or no ADS-equipped vehicles and have yet to be exposed to these technologies via training or conferences. Often their exposure is limited to internet videos or television news coverage, resulting in incomplete knowledge or misunderstanding regarding these technologies. For example, thinking that self-driving cars currently exist. So when we look back to our previous work that we conducted for the Crash Avoidance Metric Partners, we found that public safety providers have a number of questions about these technologies and how they will interact with them. And I've listed them here for you. I don't need to read them all, but these similar questions still persist today during our most recent discussions with stakeholders. So because of the challenging nature of their jobs, training designed to reduce the uncertainty and temper expectations surrounding ADAS and ADS-equipped vehicles is desired. Basic training specific to these technologies in combination with first responder interaction plans will answer these questions and allow public safety personnel to focus their attention on the other demands of their job, which we know are many. So in thinking about when training should be provided or where training should be provided, many suggested looking for common training opportunities to share the ADAS and ADS related information, noting a desire to ensure that all public safety providers receive at least the same basic level of training. And some of the common training opportunities are listed here. You'll see academy and roll call trainings, piggybacking on existing TIMS training, annual crash investigation training, conferences, other annual trainings. And this was interesting because some noted using even things like first aid training to provide a refresher on related trainings such as the hybrid vehicle battery trainings. So when training should occur depends on where the public safety provider is located. Some regions of the country we know, like Silicon Valley, California, are more likely than rural regions in far southwest Virginia to see test deployments of ADS-equipped vehicles and market saturations of high-end level 2 ADAS-equipped vehicles. But in the near term, basic training that's used to clarify any misconceptions or misinformation should be provided. And this training should be updated and repeated as technologies evolve. Training on specific deployments and more advanced training should be conducted in conjunction with public safety liaison teams prior to launch in a region. So many organizations were identified as potential training providers, and/or sources of training materials. And these entities were identified due to their current or potential role in providing training opportunities. Regardless of who is providing the training, it must meet the participants' needs. For example, EMS officials placed a greater emphasis on training that would count towards continuing education credits than other stakeholders. Additionally, deployment or technology-specific training provided by an automaker or technology developer was seen as supplementing the basic training provided by one of the organizations listed. So in thinking about how the training should be provided, it's important to remember that training regarding vehicle interactions is just one of the many trainings that public safety providers will be required to take. Overwhelmingly, stakeholders suggested that training be short, easy to comprehend, and highly illustrated with pictures and/or videos to help public safety providers understand what to expect from technology applications. These training materials also must be engaging and convey how their jobs will be made easier and/or safer as a result of these technologies. So this may mean providing different training based on the various roles within an agency. And also, just as technologies are continuously evolving, so too should the training materials. I can't stress this enough. This came up across all our discussion that rules and procedures should be viewed as living documents. They should provide current guidance while allowing for flexibility as technology evolves. And then as far as approaches, we had modular approaches, so start with the information that they need to know to keep road users safe and build to more advanced topics. Blended training, using a combination of online and in-person training. For example, the online training would allow information to be shared with a wider range of public safety providers at times that are convenient to them, while more targeted outreach can be used to share information on hot topics with leadership. And then peer-to-peer training can occur at the local level via specialized training sessions or shifter roll call briefings. And finally, experiential training. We heard a lot about how hands-on training was desired, especially in collaboration with a technology developer, which would allow individuals to see firsthand the capabilities associated with a particular technology or deployment. But we know that hands-on training is not always feasible. And so in these instances, shorter videos, like 5 to 10 minutes, or a series of videos with high potential, high production value could serve as a surrogate for the hands-on experiential training. So now moving on to the meat of the report. So what training should be provided? We identified 6 curriculum topics ranging from basic topics to more advanced. And again, the goal of these topics are to help reduce uncertainty and misconceptions regarding the technologies and to identify how providers may interact with these technologies in the field. And they're presented with the understanding that ADAS and ADS technologies are continuously evolving, and so too must the training materials evolve. So the first module and topic is understanding the differences between ADAS and ADS technologies. And this is an understanding at the most basic level. Information covered should include definitions and acronyms, which are not widely understood. And this module should provide individuals with the ability to define the characteristics of ADAS and ADSs and list ways that these capabilities vary. So moving on to the second module, while the purpose of the first module is to provide a general understanding of the differences between ADAS and ADS, this module would explore ADAS technologies in greater detail. As these vehicles are presently on the road, it's more likely that public safety providers will encounter an ADS-equipped vehicle. So really clarifying any misunderstandings that they have about these technologies is the goal of this module. So the third module has to do with vehicle oversight. Vehicle oversight responsibilities at each level of government and the potential expectations associated with those responsibilities aren't always clear to the frontline public safety providers. So this module would clarify the responsibilities of the federal government agencies, for example, responsible for vehicle safety via the Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Standards, as well as state government agencies who are responsible for the safety of the driver, driver licensing, and the enforcement of traffic laws. This module should be supplemented with relevant state and local enforcement authority related to ADAS and ADS equipped vehicles. The fourth module would serve to reassure individuals that, much like previous one-time novel technologies such as seatbelts, airbags, and cruise control, vehicles with ADAS and ADSs will be gradually introduced in our tools for safer travel for all roadway users. For those departments purchasing vehicles equipped with ADAS technologies, individuals should be trained on the features in their vehicle to clarify any misconceptions about their capabilities. And tools such as the US DOT's AV test initiative can be consulted to check for potential presence of ADS equipped vehicles in their region or state. So moving on to the fifth recommended topic. This one deals with interactions with ADS equipped vehicles. So one of the common concerns encountered during this and our previous research efforts was a desire to know how and when public safety providers may interact with ADS equipped civilian vehicles. So this module would walk providers through an understanding of the types of interactions with ADS equipped vehicles that should be expected, and operational scenarios could be explored in more detail. And these interactions and operational scenarios were published in our camp work, and they're included and referenced in the Automated Vehicle Safety Consortium's best practice for first responder interactions with fleet managed automated driving system dedicated vehicles. Sorry, that's a long title. I think they made it long on purpose sometimes. This understanding would then be supplemented with information from relevant first responder interaction plans specific to ADS equipped vehicle operations. And again, when possible, hands-on training opportunities would be included. And finally, the last recommended curriculum topic is data related. Data availability varies across vehicle models and situations. This module should be used to provide an understanding of what data are available, how that data can be accessed. For example, is it via the crash data recorder, or a dealership service system, with or without a warrant or other legal permission, and how that data may be interpreted, for example, to confirm physical evidence. So really providing the public safety responders the ability to articulate situations when a warrant may be necessary and to complete a crash reconstruction. So in wrapping up today, I'd like to discuss some of the barriers and opportunities that were identified. So a significant barrier that was echoed throughout the stakeholder discussion was that with so many competing training demands, it can be difficult to know what training is needed in the short term. Further, as I mentioned, these demands aren't uniform across the country and can vary based on anticipated technology deployment in a region. And combined with that, it may be hard for those seeking training to find training courses available, or even a limited amount of information available on new and emerging technologies. So once training is developed, it may be quickly outdated due to the rapid advancement of technology. Training also needs to have relevancy and immediacy to the trainee. Without these two factors, any training may be met with resistance. Similarly, if the trainer or training provider is not viewed as a credible source of information, the training may not be well received. And finally, for today, budgetary constraints should also be considered. We know that training is expensive An agency is not just paying for the person to attend the training, but also for another person to perform the trainee's job while they're unavailable. In rural areas, budgetary constraints may be significant as travel to and from in-person training can be expensive. And since personnel are needed to provide coverage at all times, not all personnel will be able to attend the same training. But thinking about how we can advance training moving forward, I'd like to end with these two opportunities. And that's identification of departmental champions and the role of public-private partnerships. So while it's important to train public safety providers on what to expect when interacting with an ADS-equipped vehicle, for example, if they're directing traffic, will the vehicle understand them and respond to their actions? It's unrealistic to think that every public safety provider will have the capacity to become an ADAS or ADS subject matter expert. We found that it's much more likely that, similar to drug recognition experts and crash reconstructionists, there will be officers who are specialists in this technology. And these departmental champions may already be engaged with technology-related issues, or especially in smaller departments, simply may have an interest in being the point of contact regarding these technologies. Once trained, these individuals could provide peer-to-peer training within and outside their respective organizations. Next, thinking about public-private partnerships, public safety provider liaison teams play an important role in the deployment of ADS technologies. These liaison teams interact with government and public safety officials where technologies are deploying. And these teams can help fill first responder knowledge gaps about ADS-equipped vehicle applications. So critical to filling this gap are the first responder interaction plans as described in the AVSC best practice. And these plans should be developed in dialogue with end user groups, including any of the aforementioned departmental champions. Doing so will help to ensure that the potential regional scenarios and/or concerns are considered and that questions are adequately answered. Additionally, collaborations between liaison teams and the crash reconstruction community can help provide a better understanding regarding data availability and the associated technology application-specific training. And liaison teams can also help facilitate hands-on training opportunities prior to deployment if that's practical in that situation. So again, I'd like to thank you for having me here this afternoon to share with you the findings of our research, and just to say thank you to GHSA again, who sponsored this research, and the help of the many stakeholders who participated.
Thank you so much, Tammy. Questions or comments for Tammy? Going once.
And I know that's a lot to take in, and that report is available on the GHSA website. If you look at it and have questions down the road, please feel free to reach out.
Thank you so much, Terry. We appreciate it. And if we do get questions, we'll make sure that we email you. So
great.
Thank you again
very
for your
much.
presentation.
Thanks.
Okay, folks, we reached the closing remarks. Anyone have anything for the good of the order? So can we have a recap of the EC's actions today?
Mr. Chair, I'll jump in just to give a quick recap. Really appreciate all the feedback and discussion that we had. I think really good interaction around kind of our two key topics from an action standpoint. The first discussion around pilots and kind of priorities around pilots. Discussion and kind of recapping on approaches to piloting. I think some really good feedback there that we'll be able to kind of distill out as we think through next steps. Secondly, really focusing around this discussion on use cases, a lot of really good, important discussion on that, particularly related to the discussion around ADAS and kind of how we appropriately address that as part of the roadmap, kind of the legacy of this group. So I think a lot for us to kind of chew on there and refocus as we kind of look at next steps there as well. And I think some good thoughts on other considerations as we kind of go down that path. So important feedback that I think are going to set kind of two key pieces of the agenda going forward for the work group here over the next couple of years. So again, just want to express my appreciation for the input from the executive committee and members today.
Thank you, Scott. Appreciate it. Okay, and I have two important items. October 19, 2021 is the Transportation Commission meeting in which we'll have the annual report preview. That's October 20th. And then November 15th, 2021 is the 2021 annual report due to the governor and the legislature. So Commission will be acting on those here very shortly. I know of no other business to come before the committee and would adjourn a meeting if I see no objection. Seeing no objection, so ordered. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate your participation today. Hope you all have a great rest of your day.